The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club on the back end of an enormous day of motorsport. Of course, if you happen to be watching the NASCAR Cup Series from Atlanta, that didn't finish till 4 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon. A quick refresh, a bite to eat, and we're ready to rock and roll once more. Of course, on the back of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa over the course of the weekend. What's one more hour for Waste Options GT3? That's coming your way in about an hour's time. But before that, the entree on a Monday night is open wheel action in the form of the Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5 from the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, and it is the first of the 4 sprint rounds for this season. So 2 bites at the cherry tonight. Good evening, everybody. Zach Capen alongside Adam Lavis. Cars already on the grid here. Let's not muck around. 4.727 kilometres this course. You know it. You love it. It's synonymous with Formula 1 and MotoGP. 26 degrees, the ambient, 34 on track, 56 degrees, that wind direction. So that's a northeasterly, 7 kilometres an hour and quarter to 11 in the morning local server time. Clear conditions and dry so far. It's a clockwise directional circuit. And, of course, we're running the historic configuration. Aidan Luthwaite, the points leader at the moment on the back of that win last week, 103. Adam Funzlo, 99. Luke Brooker, 93. And Alex Tzikis, 85, with Adam Proctor on 82 points. Grid, Aidan Luthwaite and Cameron Dance is back on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and he's dancing from the front row tonight on the outside there of Aidan Luthwaite. Alex Tzikis from 3 alongside Adam Funzlo, then Doug Gowans, Luke Brooker, David Baz and Dylan Shepherd, with James Katia and Mitchell Noble making up the top 10. Josh Nowak and Thomas Sinner from 6, Bradley Rd-2, Martin Davis from 7, Brooklyn Bredden and Jonathan Harris from 8, Guy Leach, Liam Amos from 9, John Baldwin and Nathan Harvey from 10. Jacob McIntyre alongside Greg Heaney, hello world Presidente, on row 11, on row 12 it's Eduardo Zamora and Callan Hodgkinson, from row 13 Martin Litsky and Jolan Hansen, from 14 it's Tarek Alani and Kevin Wakefield, from 15 Mark Cochran and Dan V. Driel. I'm not sure who that is. That's a new member by the sound of that. I'm not sure what the V stands for. Jarrett Crosby is on row 16, all on his lonesome. Brad Hudson hasn't taken to the starting grid. So, a packed house once more. We were wondering whether the enormous turn-up last week would remain the same for week 2. Another high 30 Ferris floor. Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5. Both well for the season ahead. Racing now, power down. Beautiful start, Aidan Luthwaite. 3 wide and behind. Dance to the outside of Luthwaite at turn 1. Funzlo through on the inside. He's got Alex Tzikis for company. Dance has got through on Luthwaite. Luthwaite to the inside at turn 3. They're going to go side by side around that long sweeping right-hander. Trouble at the back. Not really a surprise. Have a look at that. John Baldwin, Liam Amos, Nathan Harvey, Amos on the tow rope. And more trouble at turn 4. Oh, up and over and gone. Jacob McIntyre, Brooklyn Bredden, James Katia, Bradley Rd-2. All off the ride early. We knew it was going to be fun. We knew it was going to be feisty. They're frenetically paced to these short, sharp, snappy sprint races. You got to get in and get the job done early. Only 10 minutes to work with here, but already at least quarter of the field caught up in incident. A very, very expensive opening lap. At least 3 mechanical meatball flags on display there as well. And Liam Amos not registering on that screen at the moment. It's capped at 30 positions. But he's on the tow rope with James Katia. They're both on pit lane. And we've got Cameron Dance leading Aidan Luthwaite back to the main start finish straight here. Push to pass will be activated, no doubt, by Aidan Luthwaite at some point. Let's go to work. We're riding on board with Dylan Shepherd. Down on the inside, he will be of Mitch Noble on the run to turn 1. Got him, job done, gobbled up. Stephen Bull, I was about to ask the question, where is Mr. Bull? He's in the comments section tonight. He can't make it, unfortunately. Disappointing after showing promising pace last week. Modal and Aragon, second of 3 Spanish rounds of the season for this series. Down the inside, Luthwaite, Dance again, holding tough around the outside, keeping Luthwaite at bay. Oh, they're going to go side by side down to turn 5. The up and under at some point? No, not yet from Luthwaite. They've got to be careful. Funzlo, Tzikis, Baz trying to latch on and go with them. Oh, a frantic start here. Plenty of action. We'll have a look at some replays for you in just a moment. Bradley Ratu still trying to limp back to pit lane. Trouble further back. We've got Jarrett Crosby and Kevin Wakefield now showing off the road. Martin Davis on the tow road. Martin Davis at the back of the field having gone to pit lane. So too John Baldwin. Ratu still yet to make it to pit lane. And we can tell you that Crosby, Wakefield, Katia and Amos are still on pit road. Oh boy, good evening to you, Adam Lavis. Open wheelers and sprint racing, Q Chaos.
Indeed, and we've got another race start for the boys to navigate in about 5-10 minutes time. So they'll take two for that. We'll see if they can get a bit cleaner or whether we're going to have some more chaos. But still very, very competitive at the front here. So we'll see how they go with the slipstream in the optional DRS system, which unfortunately we can't see.
No, which is really unfortunate for us. I'm sure for everybody at home as well, who'd love a little bit more insight and intel into what's going on out there. Rick Brooker in 9th spot at the moment. Oh, trouble. That was Mitch Noble dropping out of the top 10. Thomas Sinner holds the invert pole position at the moment. Guy Leach gets up on the inside of Noble. Harris is off the road. Oh, it's all happening here. And have a look at this. Have a look at this. So Luchwaite has got back down on the inside of Funslow, but there's been an incident because he's dropped 1.7 seconds behind Cameron Dance. He's fallen into the clutches of the competition behind him. The chasing pack goes to Zickers and Funslow. Luchwaite's got to be work cut out for him with the arrival of Cameron Dance in this series. Back straight again. Lap 3. It is 10 minutes the journey. We'll get 7 laps. I don't imagine we'll get any more than that. Martin Davis just had nowhere to go. Bang. Not even the biggest of the incidents on the opening lap, but you got a fair look at what actually unfolded down there, middle to lower order. This was a huge ride, a wild ride. Bang. Up and over and gone. And poor old Brooklyn Bretton caught it up in that as an innocent bystander as collateral. Dan Driel on to pit road now on the tow rope. Martin Lipsky's parked up. Bradley Ratu got back out after 8 seconds stationary. You can see it if you squint real hard. If the slot gap in the wing closes, DRS is active, says Stephen Bull. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. That was Aidan Luke right at 1. Wasn't necessarily the world's worst mistake, but he washed off all the speed, lost all his momentum, bogged it down, and then got caught fighting for dear life for second position with Adam Funslow, who was very good last week at Motorland Aragon. 4 laps into it, Harvey's got to slow down to serve. Lipsky's the first retirement of the night. Looks like Amos and Driel will stay stationary on pit road to have a second crack at it. There goes Greg Heaney. Bradley Ratu's got past Kevin Wakefield as well further down in the order. 5.5 minutes gone. Frantic stuff so far. And as I said, oh, Brett Bradbury, well done. That's mental health is no laughing matter, but it's perfectly understandable considering that you got battered around like a bloody pinata. Last week, big crash. Dylan Shepherd's caught up. The rear wing of David Baz is gone. Oh, can you believe that? Crabbing like all buggery. He's not going to get it back to pit lane. He's caught on the ripple strip. Oh, can you believe this? Another moment for Aidan Luthwaite. Caught up on the curb. He was able to save it. It was a secondary incident behind him for Shepherd and Baz. Let's have a look at who's at fault here. Oh, Baz lost it straight into Shep. Shep had nowhere to go. Shep absolutely cleans up the rear wing of David Baz. And Baz will be on the tow rope. Noble up into 7th now. Invert being held by Callan Hodgkinson in 10th. We said it'd be good. These guys didn't disappoint last week at Motorland Aragon. And they've brought the goods to Catalunya. Poor old Brett Bradbury. Batted around like a pinata last week, and I feel sorry for him. I don't blame him for putting his 2 feet up and having a rest on the sideline and kicking back with the cold one in hand and watching the action. No doubt he'll get itchy feet at some point though, and we'll see him back out on track later in the week. It's interesting for mine, Adam Lavis. I'm actually really impressed, and I mentioned it in the open. I didn't get to finish the point, but that we were really, really pleased with the extraordinarily large turnout across the board last week, across all of our championship offerings, across all broadcast nights. We know that at some point we do see a little bit of a drop-off. A couple of those have been explained already, but still another 30-plus grid for this series bodes well for the next 8 weeks if we can maintain the momentum here.
Yeah, the old Renault 3.5, she's one of those sort of jewels in the back end of iRacing. It's one of those ones that didn't get enough love when it came out. But the people who know about it, they know about it because of how fun it is. But it's one of those cars where it has got all that grip and fastness and everything you like on a wheeler, but also it has that snappiness with the rear and the torque and the power. Like as you can see, even then, you saw Guiley squiggling out of the corner there, even with a high downforce car. So it's still a very rough beast to tame, and it creates a good challenge when you're racing against these other guys on the track.
And of course, a big thanks to the boys tuning in online, interacting with the comments. The Miller Motorsport stable, they're here for Mitch Noble, of course, but on screen there you were watching Luke Brooker be passed by Guy Leach, and at the moment Brooker will start on the front row alongside Callan Hodgkinson if things were to stay as they are. White flag in the air this time by Cameron Dance will be on his way home. Main straight, white flag. Last lap. Jonathan Harris bowls it off the road and drops 2 spots, loses that to Eduardo Zamora and Dylan Shepherd. John Baldwin on pit road right now has departed after 1.8 seconds.
I forgot Barney's not here, he's at the toilet.
Correct. For a 1 or a 2? No, don't answer that. Down the inside of Thomas Sitter is Mitch Noble. That's for position number 6. Nicely done. Luke Wade off the road. Luke Wade's off the road. Oh, can you believe that?
So
the round one dominant force off the road. Noble's gone with him. Is there oil on the circuit of turn 1? Have a look at that. Bang! Into the wall and gone. Luke Wade's winning run. Undone. All on his own. And Noble went with him. Noble able to resume. But he's going to be crabbing all the way back to pit lane. No, he won't bother. He won't bother. And gone is the chance of an invert top 10 opportunity. Dance funds low to Zickers. Dougie Gowan's up into 4th. Thomas Sinner is 5th. And then Guy Leach, Luke Brooker, Callan Hodgkinson now up into 8th, up 16 spots. Dylan Shepherd and the Chilean, Eduardo Zamora, is staring down the barrel at an invert pole position. But Dance has been magnificent. Saw what Aidan Lutwaite and Stephen Bull did last week, the show they put on, and said, righto boys, I'll try and match you. In fact, I'll top you. Cameron Dance victorious in race 1 at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya in Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5. He's raised the bar in this series. Jonathan Harris off the road again. Cutting the circuit. Tarek Galani under pressure here from Brooklyn Bredden. John Baldwin's finished the lap down. David Basil with the last on the lead lap in 21st position. The invert pole goes to Eduardo Zamora. Wowee. What on earth was that? Jonathan Harris comes across the line in 15th. Joel Hansen, Tarek Alani, Brooklyn Bredden, Martin Davis and Nathan Harvey make up the top 20, and David Baz will be 21st and last on the lead lap. Behind that, Baldwin, Katia and Ratu all got to the finish, and Wakefield finishes the lap down as well. And Jarrett Crosby still making his way home to finish that 6th lap as well. My goodness. Carnage aplenty. Aidan Lutwaite can still be classified. So can Mitch Noble, having started the final lap, but obviously not finishing it. They're still on pit road. Right, actually, Lutwaite, I think, might have just exited stage left. So, bugger that starting from 27th in the eyes of Aidan Lutwaite. I agree with Joe Baldwin's sentiments there. Awesome cars indeed. We've got a 15-minute feature coming your way. We don't have a 2-minute warm-up in between. We're just diving straight back into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're lining up on the grid once more. Race 2 of a 3-race program for you tonight. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com and Flash Graphics. The track and weather conditions updated to 11:08 local server time, which is, if you're to correlate it to local Eastern Standard Time, it's an 8-hour time difference. So relatively speaking, we're in the same hour of the day. We're about 33 minutes out on the clock. 14 km/h winds, northerly direction, tending very, very lightly northeasterly. At 25 degrees the ambient, 37 on track, and clear conditions. Humidity at 63%. Eduardo Zamora, Dylan Shepard, Colin Hodgkinson, Guy Leach. That's a get out of jail free card for Shepard. Fair dinkum. Luke Brooker, Thomas Setter, Doug Gowans, Alex Zizikas, Adam Funzel, and Cameron Dance. Josh Nowak, Greg Heaney, Mark Cochran, and Jacob McIntyre. Jonathan Harris, Joel Hansen, Tarek Alani, and then Brooklyn Braddon, Martin Davis, and Nathan Harvey. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Who will get the better of the jump? Straight up the outside, or was it Colin Hodgkinson? Have a look at that. Guy Leach's jump well as well. I think Luke Brooker's road to the front got absolutely slammed shut by Eduardo Zamora, who got gobbled up at the start by Zizikas and Hodgkinson and Leach and Shepard, who just poleaxed their way through to lead us at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Josh Nowak's out wide. A much cleaner start second time through, but don't hold your breath, because we're not out of trouble yet. Nowak under pressure there from Heaney in the Whiskey Business Racing entry. Heaney goes through. Brooker down the inside. No. And that was the problem. He got a magnificent hole shot. There goes Nathan Harvey, exit stage right. So too he got a magnificent start, but that path to the front closed very quickly. We'll get a replay in a moment of that start, I'm sure. And you'll see that the cars that started third, fifth and first went left and right and basically blocked Brooker's way through. And now he's stuck in the mid-pack arguing over ninth place. Trouble. Baz, Ratu, gone. Off the road. Brett, we had enough trouble trying Formula V in Adelaide. I'm not sure we need any more open world chaos there, as you would know. What was it? Turn 4 was your Achilles heel, wasn't it? You didn't get past there all night. Eduardo Zamora off the road. Zamora off the road from hero to zero. Down into 28th position now is Eduardo Zamora. My goodness, 10 laps the journey here, folks, or thereabouts. We may squeeze an 11th, I'm not sure. Whoa! Oh, Josh Nowak. Round the wrong way. I think he might have just kept it off the wall. In the end, Dylan Shepard leads from Guy Leach and Alex Zizikas on track for another podium in this series. Up 5 spots already. Cameron Dance up 4 spots into 6th. Mark Cochran off the road. James Katia goes with him. Out in sympathy. I love the helmet colours there for James Katia. It's got a real South African cross Australian cross Jamaican look about it. That green, yellow and black. As was the livery last week that he ran in Formula B. More of that, please, James. Obviously hasn't got the sticker kit ready for the Formula Renault 3.5 yet. Mitch Noble, blinky billing momentarily. Off we go. So that was all very chaotic. And oh no, there goes Cameron Dance. Oh. And I was just about to say as well, time eluded me in the gridding up phase of this second race. I was about to say, if he's to make his way through to the front in this second race, into pit lane already, actually. Is that Mark Cochran? Yes, it is. And he's got company as well in the form of David Baz. Down the main straight we go. Yes, isn't it nice? We top and tail our week with open wheelers, Aiden. It was good to see you out there on Friday night too, albeit unsuccessfully. I did get your message on Discord with regards to how you've got to nurse those cars and nurse those tyres. Good luck with the rest of the season, mate. Nashville Super Speedway, the next stop for the IndyCar Series. Might even pick Adam Lavis's brain about that a little bit later on. Down the inside here, Tarek Alani has been passed. He's been passed by Martin Davis on the comeback trail. Liam Amos up 13 spots already. John Baldwin up 10. Mitch Noble up 11. They're the big movers so far in this second heat of round 2 of Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5. Now, watch Luke Brooker. Got a magnificent hole shot. He's going to go left here, but then the road, the line through, the path, is going to get closed up. Yeah, that was by Eduardo Zamora, who bogged it down and lost the start completely. And I left Brooker with nowhere to go, and he had to get on the anchors, and he just got washed out. Dan Dreel all on his lonesome. Jarrett Crosby from the United States. I love how Bonici's managed to single-handedly spread the word about this club over in the land of Uncle Sam. We've got a couple of new American members joining the club now. It's great. David Baz, hip and shouldered. A case of being an innocent bystander there. And Eduardo Zamora, this is what happened to Ed. Main straight. Wide. Oh dear. Oh no. Bang, 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 bang. And a written off motor car. Oh dear. Jonathan Harris now on the tow rope as well. What's happened to Jono? Josh Nowak, this was his incident. Geez, there's more incidents than passing tonight. Plenty of incident alerts lighting up on Adam Lavis's screen right now. This is what happened to Nathan Harvey on the second lap. Went for the move down the inside, locked it up, sacrificed himself so as not to make contact with the car in front, which I think, from memory, was Martin Davis. And this is what happened to Jonathan Harris. So a different point of the circuit to what's tripped everybody else up. He's caught the curb on the inside at 3 and smacked it back into the tyre wall, reversed it in. So we've got a few canoes already out of proceedings here. Cullen Hodgkinson off the road. Oh, Brooker did well to miss him. Yeah, I was about to say about Cameron Dance. If he was going to weave his way through to the front, he'd have to dance to a different tune to what he did in race 1. We're no longer having that discussion. Dylan Shepherd leads, 3 seconds to Guy Leach. Alex Dezikis and Doug Gowan's following for fun. At the moment, Adam Funslow back up there in 5th spot. So the boys have made their way pretty much back to the pointy end of the field. A couple of exceptions, obviously, being Luthwaite and Dance. Dance is still sitting 8th, but he's 1.2 seconds off Brooker and Sinner. But on the subject of Sinner, well done to Yannick. No relation, different spelling. And as Jordan Pianazzola is quite rightly pointing out, the crashes in these cars don't come lightly. And Brett Bradbury feeling better already about the fact that he's not out there. Happy and content with his decision-making, Adam. But yeah, well done to Yannick Sinner. Watched that this morning all the way through till 5:30 a.m. when the coverage concluded. Well done to Yannick Sinner. Well done to Alexander Zverev. Cracking men's final at Wimbledon. Unlucky for Cruz Stewart missing out in the boys' singles final as well, the runner-up after a 3-set epic. 6-4, 4-6, 5-7 the score line, and the American getting the job done there. We'll get back to the events of today in a few moments' time, because we've had World Endurance Championship from Brazil, then we had an 8-hour marathon with the NASCAR, not wrapping up in Atlanta till just before 2 a.m. local time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've got the bad news about Sam Neill passing away today. A lot to cover off during our coverage of Monday Night Motorsport. In the meantime, let's ride on board with Mitch Noble, looking for a way back into the top 10. I feel a little bit weird though, Adam Lavis, because after 2 weeks, right, I'll get to the World Cup shortly, Jordan. After 2 weeks where we've had sport, we're the only show in town tonight. Brooklyn Breton off the road and kicking up the kiddie litter.
Yeah, we are, but got plenty of entertainment for the people to watch, so everyone sit down and get your motorsport fix on a Monday night. Come and join us at the GSRC.
Absolutely. And if you do want to join in the fun, become a member, sign up, go racing with these boys. Race.tgsrci.com is where you go to do that, ladies and gentlemen. That's where you sign up, sign your life away, and all your free time as well. It's amazing how much time we lose. It's amazing how much time of our lives is consumed by all of this. I spent over 500 hours in Discord last year. Not sure if I dislike this or GT1 more, says Jonathan Harris. Well, that's only because you parked up in the garage, of course. Down on the inside here, Tarek Alani under pressure from Nathan Harvey. Harvey goes through to 18th. So at the pointy end, I mean, we only started with 29. Radley retired, Zamora retired, Harris retired, Hodgkinson's back on pit road, David Baz has been to pit road, and so too Mark Cochran. And Nathan Harvey off the road, exit stage right. And he's beached that one well in the kiddie litter. Dylan Shepherd, Guy Leach, Alex Fazekas and Doug Gowans with Adam Funslow the top 5. The battle for first is done. It's a foregone conclusion. Shepherd just needs to avoid making an error, making a mistake here. And it's done. Cameron Dance on the comeback trial gets by Luke Brooker. Next target, Thomas Sinner. But yes, that battle for section's an absolute pearler because you've got Leach, Fazekas, Gowans and Funslow all arguing over the final 2 spots on the podium. And we've still got 5 minutes to go. Ooh, just let's have a look here. Let's see where Dylan Shepherd is in relation to the start-finish line. I get the feeling we're going 11 laps here, folks. We're 3 seconds, 2 and a bit seconds sub that threshold of a minute and a half a lap to get us 10. It's a 15-minute window. If he gets back to the line, which he's going to well before the 10.5-minute mark, it's 4 laps at the line, and that will require a little bit of overtime. No one complaining about overtime this early in the season. We did plenty of it last week. 4 to go. Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Big change on the way for GT3 as well, ladies and gentlemen. More on that when we get to the GT3 server from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. Bang! Into the wall. There goes John Baldwin. Out of the top 10. The Eddie Jordan 1998-1999 inspired livery. And Baldwin's night is done. Sinner around the outside. That's Cameron Dance. Sinner back down the inside. Dance hung out to dry. In behind them with the best seat in the house is Luke Brooker. We'll go on board with Dance. Still side by side they go. Dance has got 6th. Great comeback after the mistake early on. And he can probably hope to consolidate that position and call it a night because he's not going to be getting the W. Those boys are, 10 seconds up the road. Greg Heaney. Oh, geez.
That's what sent John Baldwin.
Yep. Baldwin was trying to take evasive action, but didn't realise the knock-on effect of smashing that rumble strip. Watch him. Once he bounces up onto the yellow, that little speed hump there, bang, gone. Unsettled him completely. Coming into the last corner, coming onto the main straight, Baldwin's night is done. David Baz, meanwhile, has got back to 23rd position. Doug Gowan's under pressure here from Adam Funslow. Funslow down the inside for 4th. With 3 to go at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. I must say, though, thank goodness next week we get out of Spain. Monza next week, which will be an absolute perler in these cars. And then we go to the Red Bull Ring. It's a very Grand Prix circuit heavy season. All 10 venues have hosted either MotoGP or Formula One across the course of time. This is the first of 9 consecutive venues that have at one stage in their life, or still do currently, have hosted or do host a Formula One Grand Prix. The exceptions to the rule, those that aren't currently on the calendar, of course, the Nürburgring in round 5 and Silverstone in round 7. Thomas Sinner in 7th. But of course, it's important to note that the Jerez circuit still hosts MotoGP. David Bazzi's second moment of this race.
He's some fast reactions there to save that, so he's done well.
Yep, nothing wrong with the old reflexes there. Uh-oh. Guy Leach from second, gone. Rejoins in 5th place. It's now 6th because Dance has swept through on the inside. And that's a top 5 that we didn't see coming for Cameron. We called that a few moments ago that it would be a long shot for him to catch the top 5. Well, it helps when they're making mistakes. And getting sent spearing into the gravel trap. Brooker under pressure here from Sinner, and Leach is on the comeback trail. Whoa! Hip and shoulder there almost from Sinner and Leach. Noble back up into 9th. Katia is 10th. They're 14th and 14 and 15 positions gained in this race respectively. Noble had the pace to run in the top 10 all night. Brought himself undone at the start of the final lap. Good recovery though. The same can't be said for Martin Lipsky and Aidan Luthwaite, who didn't start this race after retiring in race 1. Back straight. White flag in the air this time by the line. Have a look at Guy Leach down on the inside. Wanted two, gets one. Got through on the inside of Thomas Sinner. Next target, Luke Brooker. White flag flies for Dylan Shepherd. On the run home. Great cracking race this one has been. Waste Options GT3 to follow for you from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium, which has been done to death this weekend. They'll need to resurface the road. Liam Amos in 16th spot. Jacob McIntyre. Whoa, there goes Josh Nowak. Exit stage right into the wall. Nowak's night is done. We need another look at this. How many times have you seen the rear end let slip through there and unfortunately couldn't pull it up? Bang into the wall, gone. And as soon as you lose that rear wing, Adam, you are a dead set passenger.
Well, yeah, but also the two wheels he lost also probably wouldn't have helped him in his course to get back to the lane.
No, correct. What about this, though? Dylan Shepherd, we more regularly associate him with the tin tops, with the Porsches. But he's showing that he's just as handy in an open wheeler as well. From a 9th place finish in race 1 to 2nd on the grid for heat 2, he's going to come through and take a very comfortable and commanding victory here. 3 different winners to start the season in Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5. Shepherd has done it. 5 drivers in the top 5 without a team name attributed to them at the moment. Alex Zizikas, Adam Fanslow, Doug Gowans and Cameron Dance. Brooker held off Leach and Sinner. Noble got 9th ahead of Katia in 10th. Martin Davis, a good recovery for 11th. Brooklyn Brett in 12th. Greg Heaney, is that a lucky or an unlucky 13? I'm not sure. And Liam Amos and Jacob McIntyre make up the top 15 here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. My goodness. Someone asked me about, it was Jordan, wasn't it? Look, dead set. The controversy of this FIFA World Cup, I'm sick of VAR. I thought Switzerland were a little bit hard done by. I mean, they've sent that Switzerland player off for what they suspected was simulation, mistaken identity, etc., etc. I looked at the replay firstly. Like, obviously, you can tell when you've had more than one look at it that, yes, there's a little bit of, auditioning for an Oscar, bit of dramatisation, a bit of acting going on there. But at first look, I just thought he tripped over his own 2 feet, or he slipped on the grass and went A over T. I literally thought that was a bit hard done by. But the Swiss did remarkably well to take it to extra time. There's a lot of people saying, this World Cup, FIFA and et cetera, they're all in bed with Argentina, We'll find out for sure on Thursday morning. Argentina versus England. That'll be a remarkably good game of football. And France and Spain on Wednesday morning, equally as good, because they were 2 of the favourites for this World Cup. So to see them going head-to-head in the semi-final, only one of them can make it. And then even then, whoever makes the final, it's going to be an awesome game for third as well. There are no easy games from this point forward. We've reached the business end of the tournament. The one thing I will object to, though, is this rubbish earlier in the day where FIFA are toying with the idea, floating the idea of expanding the tournament to even further to 64 teams. Like, how big do you want it? Is it everyone gets a participation invite? Everyone gets a participation award? What are we doing here? I think 48's good, but I don't think we need to go to 64. I think that would just be extracting a little bit too far in the name of, TV time and money and all those other things. Greed's a beautiful thing, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? So there are the results on your screen. Dylan Shepherd, Alex Zizikas, Adam Fanslow, Doug Gowans, Cameron Dance, Luke Brooker and Guy Leach. In behind them was Thomas Sinner, Mitchell Noble, James Katia and Martin Davis. Brooklyn Braden, Greg Heaney, Liam Amos, Jacob McIntyre, Joel and Hanson, Tarek Alani, Kevin Wakefield, Mark Cochran and David Baz made up the top 20. Over the page, Jarrett Crosby, Dan Dreel, and also then you go back to Josh Nowak, John Baldwin, and Nathan Harvey. They made up the 25, although Harvey won't be classified. Nowak and Baldwin will be, but Harvey, Hodgkinson, Harris, Zamora, and Ratu will be listed as a DNF, whilst Lipsky and Luthwaite will be listed as DNS.
So yeah, the team's thing's weird. It's only with this file, so I have to give it a reset. It seems to be fine on the other ones. Just this particular Wings 6.5 gun is glitching out for some reason, so I'll fix it over the break.
Copy. Speaking of the break, we will take one because Adam Lavis needs to go and get a water bottle top up. And you got it. Oh, you're good. Excellent. And we do have a little bit of explaining to do, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to some changes that have been made week in, week out. With regards to GT3, you must be so relieved that week one's over, Adam, because that's always the busiest from a paperwork standpoint for you.
Oh yeah, week one's one of the longest weeks of every season, trying to get everything sorted out, get all the sheets set up, all the colours and everything. So, and then not to mention, and more things go wrong like they did last week. So, yeah, it's just a heavy week. So now I sort of try and just maintain the flow for the rest of the season.
To finish on the point I was making there in relation to what Jordan was saying about the World Cup. If we go to 64 teams, ladies and gentlemen, that would be an extra 4 groups of 4. The only good thing out of that would be a clear-cut first and second in each group would make the round of 32. There'd be no excuses. There'd be no calculations for best place, third-ranked teams, etc. and so forth, where 8 get in and 4 miss out. It'd just be first and second in each of the 16 pools. That would be the only positive. The negative would be you would have to find another week in an already logjam 52-week calendar in which to accommodate the 24 games that would come with further expansion. It would go to a 128-game tournament, and I think 104 is enough, quite frankly. I think we're all footballed out for the moment. But yes, looking forward to the final 4 matches of the tournament. Also looking forward to having a chat with this bloke because he's fast on the rise, ladies and gentlemen, fast making a name of himself here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, fast making everybody stand up and take notice of the name Alex Tzikis, because Alex, good evening to you. We were here having a chat with you after IndyCar on a Friday night, a podium there, and you've backed it up again in Formula Renault 3.5, mate. A very, very solid start to the season for you. On the back of 4th place last week, a podium in race 2 tonight. Everything's looking up.
Yeah, sure is. Couldn't have been happier for a start like this to a season, especially here with Formula Renault, getting 4th last week. Very good. Even better, a double podium finish, P3 in race 1 and P2 in race 2. So I'll take that.
And beneficiary of, were you surprised by the amount of carnage and attrition tonight? It's as though we'd never left St. Petersburg.
Yeah, I was shocked. Like, these cars can be a bit challenging to drive. Like, I was shocked of the amount of people that actually went off the track, like Aiden and especially Guy Leach when I was battling with him for P2 in race 2.
The one thing that also caught me off guard, mate, and I mean it in a positive way, I'm actually really pleased for series organisers, the club, us as commentators, you guys as competitors. Very little drop-off, competitor base week in, week out. We were in the high 30s last week, low 30s this week. Big participation numbers. Normally you get that whole novelty flavour of the month thing, and then a couple of people will suck it and see, and they'll be like, nah, bugger this, I'm going to race something else. But everybody's sitting there and strapping in and buckling up and holding on tight for the challenge at hand. So obviously a lot of love for this car in the early days of the championship.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very nice car to drive, very challenging as well, and probably one of the most challenging open-wheeler cars I've ever driven, to be honest.
Now, I just need to clarify this, and I need to do it on the record just so that everybody hears it from you. Because I've got a feeling that there might be a little bit of a software glitch and amendment that we need to make. There's no team name next to you on this list, but on my timing screen, mate. But I haven't heard any news to suggest that you're not part of the JMR stable anymore. Is there anything to elaborate on, or is it just a tech glitch at our end?
I think it must be tech glitch because I did
thought so.
update my SDK and it did show JMR last week for Friday, if I'm correct, and we put
Yeah,
a supercars.
it did, and it's sitting here and it's saying none next to your team name at the moment. So I'll have a look at that a little bit later on. I'm sure Adam Lavis will be onto that like a flash, because I called it across the line. I was like, oh, okay. Drivers with no team attributed to them 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then immediately as I clicked and I saw you pop in and say g'day to us, I knew that sounded wrong. And Dylan Shepherd, of course, last I checked, he was part of the OPR stable. So, no, that's all right. We'll sort that out in due course at early days of this new championship. Now, I've got someone... oh, that's all right. I wondered why I could hear my phone going off in the background. I thought it might have been one of the club boys sending me a message whilst we're on air. That does occasionally happen, but no, it's somebody else. So that person can wait until we get to intermission. Let's talk about the positive nature of the start to your season, mate. What do you put it down to? How much hard work's gone in to yield the results that are coming your way so far?
A lot of hard work. It's been very hard, to be honest. All the practice I've done, and to get these results now, it's been pretty good. Look, I've just been practicing with the boys a lot, Jet and that, and they've been good to do practice within all kinds of cars, but also just the amount of laps I've been doing in these cars, open wheelers, supercars and GT cars, have just made it possible to get me up at the front now.
Indeed. Now, let's talk about a couple of other things here, because we're talking about these cars being a challenging car to drive, right? I look at it and think if it was easy, everyone would do it, but you guys obviously enjoy the challenge. It's the fire in the belly. It's what entices you to keep on showing up, because at the end of the day, you guys are competitive beasts. You love your racing, but if it wasn't a challenge, there wouldn't be such an appeal or an allure to it, would there?
No, not at all.
What about your thoughts on the next stop on the tour, mate? We're off to Monza. Back to 30-minute race mode next week. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, should be. To have another 30-minute race again, and about Monza as well. Another nice track, so yeah, should be really good next week.
I'm pretty sure we asked you about the calendar here for IndyCar. I don't know if we got a chance to ask you about your thoughts on this calendar. A lot of Formula One Grand Prix friendly circuits there. Is there anything you don't like on the tour?
Nah, not at all. I'm just up for the challenge. I'm racing on these circuits that are on the calendar.
And what about the level of your fellow competitors? I mean, the professionalism that comes with some of the guys that have made their way into this server, mate. I mean, we know that Aidan Luthwaite and Aidan Cale aren't slouches. We know that Stephen Bull's an open wheel specialist, anything with high downforce. We know that Dylan Shepherd is a specialist in tin tops, but he's pretty handy in open wheelers. He proved that tonight. Dougie Gowans, Cameron Dance, all these guys, pretty well versed and pretty well known. You must pinch yourself that you're up against them, and at the end of the day, it's a nice opportunity for you to test yourself against them and hopefully maybe continue to make some inroads and some improvement along the way in the hope of going toe-to-toe with them at some point later in the season.
Yeah, for sure. It's good fighting against all the good guys that are up there, like Aidan Cale, the other Aidan, and Doug Gowans and Stephen Bull. Now,
what's next on your racing agenda, please? What are we lining up in this week? I know we'll see you Friday night in the IndyCar. I dare say we're seeing you on Wednesday night in the Supercar. What else?
Just those two for now, and I'm planning on giving Adelaide a crack in the GT3 in a couple of weeks' time. Oh,
okay. Now, it's interesting that you mention that, right? Because everyone's probably all sparred out by the end of tonight, right? Been a big weekend, GT3, Spa-Francorchamps, we know all that jazz, right? But from your standpoint, will you use Adelaide as a test to see whether you want to give GT3 a bit more of a go?
Yeah, I reckon I'll give it a test, and if I'm liking it, maybe we'll give GT3 a full-time season, maybe next season.
How hard would that be then for you to delicately juggle the act or the art of going from an open wheeler to a tin top and doing so within the space of about 20 minutes?
I reckon it's going to be a bit challenging, as I'm going to have to do practice for both these two cars and racing them in the one night, but we'll see what happens when it comes to that point.
It used to probably be easier for these guys back in the days when the entree and the main course are at the same circuit. You don't have that luxury anymore.
No, not at all, unfortunately.
Brilliant stuff. We're looking forward to Monza next week, mate. We're looking forward to the Red Bull Ring the week after that. Congratulations tonight. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. There was nothing necessarily spectacular on your end from what we saw of you on the racetrack, but sometimes that yields the rewards, doesn't it? You've been able to benefit greatly from just how challenging these cars are, and the fact that it did trip up some of the specialists of the caper, like Aidan Luthwaite at the end of race 1, didn't start race 2. We saw that Cameron Dance had a spin partway through race 2, and the list goes on, right? You've got to take those opportunities when they're presented to you and grab them with open arms, don't you?
Yeah, for sure, I do have to,
And you were more than willing to do that by the sounds of it as well. Mate, I won't hold you too much longer. You've been very good with your time. We appreciate it. You're the only one that's bothered to pay us a visit at the end of the... We're a bit lonely in here. He's the only one that's bothered to pay us a visit after that race. Obviously, everybody else in debrief mode or getting into GT3 servers or whatever the case may be. But no, we do appreciate it, Alex. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the team J-Mart South, our partners, Night Shift Collective, Total Energies, Lodge Brothers, and all the boys, Jet, Jason, Craig, and everyone else in the team. Yeah.
All right, very nicely done. Congratulations again. Well done. And we look forward to seeing you on track later in the week in the supercars.
Yep, see you then.
Now, on that subject, I don't know who's here. Daiso's in the house. Daiso with the big questions. So let's probably elaborate on that before we take a break, Adam. Because obviously there was an enormous response to GT3 last week. I'll get to the other housekeeping in just a moment. I've got to cover off Wednesday night in a moment. But there was an enormous amount of interest in GT3 last week, to the point where they were being knocked back at the door in the Pro-Am server. We were quite surprised by just how big the turnout was, and the club has had to take swift action in response to that, and it means that the offering on the Monday night has expanded even further.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite of Daiso's comment there. They're definitely not combining servers. They've split into another one, so now they've given birth to a fourth split in the GT3s.
So you're going to have Pro-Am, Am, and what's level 4 but going to be referred to for the benefit of everybody at home?
So, AM, obviously, Sam is short for amateur, so we already, that's colloquial. So the next step down was sort of bring a bit of a homage to one of our old series. It's the GT3 Social Club.
I don't think there'll be anything social about that. There'll be some blokes in there trying to audition for a role or a promotion up into Am and Pro-Am, I reckon.
Potentially.
Very nicely done. So what that has also resulted in too, folks, has been a slight amendment to our broadcast schedule. I haven't done the banner for it yet, but we'll put it up in due course because it'll begin next week. Instead of broadcasting 3 pro races to start the campaign, we're actually going to go and check out GT3 M in 60-minute trim next Monday night. Then you'll see a couple of social club races throughout the course of the campaign. You'll still see the big race, the season finale from the Pro Split, and the 90-minute mid-year enduro, or mid-term enduro rather, from the Pro-Am server. So nothing changes in that regard, but we've had to obviously reallocate accordingly. Share the love around so that we can bring you a couple of those Social Club Series races. So when we get to the post-race show tonight, anyone that wants to whinge and moan and groan and whatever else about the length of the post-race show, just remember that we've now got a 4th championship to run you through the results and updated point standings thereof as well. DPR is a social club before an e-racing team. We'll be there, says Daiso. Very good. I'll be interested to see what the numbers are because, again, good, strong, positive, week-on-week response to Formula Renault 3.5. Whether we can maintain that sort of attendance record in GT3 remains to be seen. Now, Wednesday night, Andrew Neil's back in the house. I'm not sure who's with him yet because obviously I'm off for Porsche Pro Invitational commentary commitments. In fact, there's a chance that I might not be here for the next 5 weeks for the Wednesday night offering. It was always a fill-in, that gig for me. I had to pick up the freight for a couple of our guys that weren't available. But the problem is it's become a mainstay part of my schedule now. Next week, Ipswich FC are in town against the Brisbane Roar here at Briggs Road at the Sporting Complex in Ipswich, in Raceview, for those of you that know where I'm talking about. The problem is they've asked me to go and do the grad announcing, and I said I'm already committed to sim racing, but if there's someone that's able to deputise me next Wednesday night, and then the 3 after that, a Porsche Pro Invitational, Jim Jeffries Porsche Pro Invitational. So Wednesday night, motorsport's looking like a bit of a write-off for me at the moment, but we'll see what we can do about that. Great to have your company wherever you're tuning in. All around Australia or indeed the world. Been a big day. Started with the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA stuff from Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Continued with the NASCAR and now concludes with the GSRC. Been a big weekend of sport, been a big month of sport, and it's not over yet. Of course, the Tour de France on a rest day tonight as well. So cycling fans, it's back tomorrow night. We mentioned earlier the sad news today, the sudden passing of New Zealand actor, adopted Aussie Sam Neill. So we're thinking of everybody impacted by his sudden passing at this point in time. We've got about 10 minutes here before we're back on air to bring you Waste Options GT3 Pro from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. We'll take this opportunity to take a break, catch our breath. We're here with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, merch.tgsrci.com, Trophy AI and Flash Graphics. We are, of course, the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. We're live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube each and every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday night. We've got the BMWs and the Supercars on Wednesday, the Vs and the Porsches on Thursday, the IndyCars on Friday. It's a full slate offering for you in term 3 of 2026. We'll have updated championship points for you on the other side once Adam Lavis has done crunching the numbers there for Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5. And we'll, of course, remind you that... actually, no, can we bring them now? We can. There we go. Righto. Hey! Adam Funslow and Cameron Dance split the honours tonight. 98 points apiece. Round honours are shared. Alex Dizickas with third for the round with that double podium that he mentioned. Fourth, third, second. Well, if he can continue on that trajectory, maybe he wins at Monza next Monday night. Guy Leach up at a 5th spot. Thomas Sinner up 12 spots tonight. 1 point clear of Martin Davis. Josh Nowak, Doug Gowans, Aidan Luthwaite make up the top 10. Luthwaite, the big loser in all of that, only finishing the one race, being classified down in 22nd position. Plenty of room to redeem and recover in the weeks ahead. And, of course, Stephen Bull, not even on the first page now, having not started tonight's round. So a couple of the boys there with no drop rounds, only one drop round, I should say, to fall back on at this point. If you want to get involved in what we do here on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, you can head to race.tgsrci.com. And if you want to grab any GSRC merch and paraphernalia, merch.tgsrci.com or gsrcmerch.myshopify.com is where you go to grab your hands on some high-quality, top-shelf merch. We're going to a break. Adam Lavis and I back on the other side. Waste Options GT3 Pro from circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. 3 different race winners to start the season in the Waste Options Formula Renault 3.5 offering, our wings and slicks component of this campaign, although there are 2 wings and slicks technically because we've got the IndyCars back on Friday night too, but that runs under a completely different banner. Aidan Luthwaite, Cameron Dance, and also now, of course, in the third race there, Dylan Shepherd of the season. 3 different race winners to start the campaign, and Funslow and Dance sharing the honours tonight. We'll take a break on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club, and we're back with Waste Options GT3 on this Monday night in just a few moments. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club Monday Night Motorsport continuing now for you live, exclusive and free across Facebook and YouTube. Great to have your company wherever you're tuning in all around Australia this Monday night, the 13th day of July 2026. Season 26 for the club, term 3 of 2026, and off to one of the more famed venues in the iRacing universe, Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium for the latest round of Waste Options GT3, second leg of the Monday night doubleheader, second 60-minute race of the season. And, of course, this is hot on the back of a full weekend of racing at this venue in the iRacing universe for the officials Spa 24. So far, dry conditions. Be a shame if it was to remain that way because, I mean, we normally like to throw all the elements and then some at them. It is looking very dark and cloudy, though, overhead. At the moment, we'll wait and see if some rain comes to fruition here. The track's 7,004 metres, 7.004 kilometres in length. 21 degrees, the current ambient, 24 on track, cloudy conditions, dry so far, 47% humidity. I'll worry about the track conditions when they're updated in just a few moments' time. Now, you will have noticed that last week we had such an enormous response to Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am that we've actually brought in a fourth series now. That is the GSRC Social Club, of course, for GT3. And they will be, when you see it on your screens, they will be in beautiful yellow, ladies and gentlemen, later on tonight. The AM split, big numbers there again tonight. Huge numbers once more in GT3 Pro-Am. And here in Waste Options GT3 Pro, 37 cars lining up on the grid. We've inherited a couple from the Pro-Am server from last week. And, of course, there's been a lot of moving and shuffling around of drivers between servers and splits and the like. The hardest working man in the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club has been Adam Lavis. You must be glad that this is all done.
Yeah, it was a lot of headache trying to work out how to do it and buy it and try and do it the fairest way possible to obviously make sure that because obviously you're going to have some sort of impact on the championships, but to try and minimise that, keep it as fair for the majority of people as possible. Sort of got it all sorted out, and now I'm just hoping that I've managed to get all the invites in everyone's league correct. So, but I'm assuming there'll be, at the end of tonight, I'll have some messages to send out for people possibly in wrong servers if I've missed invites or whatever. So hopefully I've done it all right, but we'll see how we go when I get to the results page later on.
Absolutely. Hardest working man in the town with the most difficult job in town, and that is trying to keep everybody happy. Don't envy you, sir. Don't envy you. Now, the club AGM was held yesterday as well. Well done to the outgoing committee on a magnificent 12 months. Well done to the incoming committee as well. You'll probably hear from the new El Presidente a little bit later on this evening. Let's have a look at the championship points. Harrison Dembrinker, brilliant last week, and looking to back that up this week. Ferrari saturation in the top 10 tonight. 4 of them in the top 5, 5 of them in the top 10. 4 Fords and a Chev in the top 10 on this grid as well tonight, folks. We'll have cars lining up on the grid in just a few moments. Harrison Dembrinker, 105 cent. Blacklock, 95. Bo Cubis, 93. 89 for Luke Page. 85 for Alex Barrelon. Luke Lund, Nick Wood, Luke King, Dane Snadden, and James McKnight make up the top 10. Now, Luke Lund has... sun. Oh, the clouds have disappeared. The sun's out. We're into race trim now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the grid for you. And Luke Lund, who was last week at the pointy end, is now sitting 11th on this grid. Austin Edwards, 12th. Let's have a look at the top 10. Richard Mitchum, Alex Barrelon, Sam Blacklock, and Harrison Dembrinker, the first 2 rows on this grid. Mitchum and Barrelon, Ford versus Ferrari. They made a movie about that once upon a time, didn't they? All Ferrari second row, Reece Keane Ferrari, Philip Worley Chev third row, James Glasspool and Luke Page Ford Ferrari, and Luke King Josh Morris Ford the 5th row. Luke Lund, Austin Edwards 6th row, John Merritt, Leo Dreyer 7th row, Dane Snadden, Michael Whiting 8th row, Damien McKay, Glenn Arnott 9th row, Bo Cubis and Stephen Lawrence from row 10. From row 11 it's Jonas Daggan and Nick Wood. From row 12 Jared Knight and Bryce Young. From 13, Vinnie Newen and Daniel Cheney. From 14, Alan Dawson and Kyle James. From 15, John Wright and Oscar Haynes. From 16, Glenn Morris and Tim Miles. From 17, Jason Wilkinson and Jeff Adams. From 18, Adam Wilson and James McKnight. From 19, William Ong. from that beautiful part of the world that has the Sepang International Circuit in its backyard, Sepang, Malaysia. There's a circuit that I'd love to see scanned into the iRacing universe at some point. Can we have a look at the track server settings there, Adam? I can tell everybody at home that it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon local server time there at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. 5 km/h winds, southwesterly direction, south to southwesterly. 27 degrees the ambient, 39 now on track, so a lot hotter than what it was in quali. Clear conditions, 21% humidity, no rain in sight. Righto, we're ready to rock and roll. Late afternoon start, Belgium time. But the joys of Spa, Europe, summer, daylight saving. Tick, tick, tick. Hello, Queensland. You don't know what you're missing. Richard Mitchum, Alex Barrel on front row. We're ready to move off behind the safety car at the end of the 2-minute gridding formation period here. And we are ready to turn wheels in anger for the 25th hour of running around Spa this weekend. By gee, there's been a lot going on here. The iRacing officials, one of the staples on the calendar, Austin Edwards sits there in position number 12. It'll be interesting to see. Let's have a look at the manufacturer breakdown tonight. So Ford, Ferrari, Chev in the top 10. McLaren, Porsche just outside. BMW through Bo Cubis down in 19th spot. Watch for him trying to move forward tonight. There's an Aston out there with Jared Knight down in 23rd. The only Merc in the field is William Ong. No Acura, no Audi, no Lambo this week either. No Acura, no Audi, no Lambo. All other manufacturers present and accounted for. We're ready to rock and roll at Spa. We're starting on the Grand Prix straight this time around, not the Enduro start line. Ready to go on a Monday night, round 2 of the championship, and the defending champion leads the first to turn 1. Cleanly gets clear of Blacklock and Barrel on trouble. Gone into the wall. Damien McKay, I should say. I couldn't pick it up on the timing screen. It was bolting down very, very quickly out of sight. He has plummeted to the back of the field, and he rejoins down in 37th position. Everybody else safely through turn 1 and somewhat safely through Eau Rouge. That is a bit of a surprise. We were expecting some trouble here on the opening lap. It hasn't come to pass. Barrel on in 4th. Den Brinker was brilliant last week. Cleaned up in the opening round at Watkins Glen. They're all chasing Richard Mitchum at the moment. The Mustang leads. Whoa, down on the inside, forcing the issue. Den Brinker on Blacklock. Wanted to go through to second early in the piece. I liked this last week, Adam Lavis. Normally there's been just a gentleman's agreement, if you like. It's been the unwritten law of GT3 racing. It's been quite predictable in the sense that these guys would tuck in behind and follow the pack through. There'd be next to no overtaking. That mantra, that way of racing went out the door last week, and it produced an absolute cracker.
Yeah, we can tell when we got to the post interviews, the guys from Renault Brett's had a bit of a hard work on their sleeves last week, so we'll see if they keep that energy up or whether they try and do a bit more of a strategic race after the 24 hours over the weekend.
Already big gaps forming too. I mean, Philip Worley is 3 seconds clear in 5th spot of Reece Keane in 6th. But then the rest of the pack line astern. About a second between Dane Stadden and Michael Whiting, and everyone else is in a freight train. A 37-car long freight train at the moment. Even Damien McVeigh's managed to get back up into 36, getting by William Ong, and it's 4th ball at the front. Den Brinker through to second, not by Blacklock. Barrelon's going with them. They're side by side. They're rubbing door handles. Blacklock to the inside at 1. Den Brinker goes around the outside. Vulnerable. Oh, he's fed up into the gravel trap, and he's going to drop 2 spots. Blacklock forces him, hangs him out to dry, quite literally. Den Brinker back to 4th. Was that hard and fair, or was that a little bit naughty? It's control will be the determining factor of that one, I would suggest. Mitchum, Blacklock, Barrel on Den Brinker. And Blacklock knows this game all too well. Den Brinker, probably a tough lesson learnt there that You're not going to win the race on the opening lap, but you can very well lose it on the opening lap. Worley up in their 5th spot. Unlucky last week at the Glen, but it's nice to see a Chev being competitive once more on the platforms of the GSRC and GT3. He's latched on behind Dan Brinker at the moment. Reese Keane is 6th. Glasspool, Morris, Page, Dreyer and Lund, the top 10. So, actually, the 2 McLarens have got up into 10th and 11th. Now, that is at the expense of Luke King, who's down to 26th position. Didn't see what happened to Luke on the opening lap, but Luke's dropped down to 26th from 9th. And of course, McVeigh from 17th to 35th. Whoa! Trouble at the back. Was that Stephen Lawrence or Jared Knight having a big slide? My goodness. Both of them have dropped position, so it was one or the other. We'll find out in a moment. There is one of the great experienced hands of GSRC racing. And a former GT3 champion, John Merritt, back on the grid and sitting 13th right now. This was the wild ride for Stephen Lawrence. Slip sliding through. Oh, what a catch, what a save. My goodness, it was Jared Knight that got balked and compromised by all of that. The HCS Racing entry had to get on the anchors to get out of Lawrence's way and avoid being caught up in the incident as an innocent bystander. He did get out of the road, but it cost him 3 spots. They just gobbled him up. Austin Edwards holds 12th at the moment. Fending off John Merritt for the time being. Dane Snadden in behind them. Across the line we go. 2 laps gone at Spa. 2:17, 1:21. Richard Mitchum. My gee. 1 second to the good on the Ferraris. I get the feeling this is going to be a very Ford-friendly circuit. I mean, the Ferraris are here en masse and they're here in big numbers and they will be competitive throughout the course of the season. But the Mustang loves the wide open spaces, the Camel Straight.
It does indeed. It's a very good horsepower car, but surprisingly this season looks like we've got the bot very close. So looks like we've finally actually got a season where iRacing got it so that the cars are relatively even to a point where different tracks are going to be the factor rather than different cars.
Oscar Haynes copped a slow down there momentarily, folks. Drops down to 19th in the Porsche, but he's still up 11 spots early on, which is impressive. Lap 3, 2:17 on the timesheet at the moment. So I guess we've got 2 runs through the pit lane. It is only it's only the Grand Prix pits, isn't it? We're not doing the combined pit, are we?
No, yeah, it's just the GP layout, not the endurance layout.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, you've got the Enduro pits, then you've got the Grand Prix pits, but then you've got that combined pit, haven't you? You've got the 3 options.
So yeah, the combined. If it was the combined pit, the start line would have been the downhill start line. Yeah.
So no, that's good. So that takes that gives us back some racing time because it's a long transit through the lane and you've got to go all the way through the pit lane, then the endurance pit lane, and then rejoin out on the exit on the other side of Eau Rouge. Corvette leads the DPR Cup. It's the feedback from Andrew Dyson. Good on you, mate. Keep us across that, will you, please? So just crunching the numbers here. Dive down on the inside. Barrel on, having another crack here. Keeping Dan Brinker at bay still. Dan Brinker got a better run out of the final corner of the bus stop though. Go to the inside goes Dan Brinker. That's for 3rd. He's back to 3rd. Next target, Blacklock. And maybe it gets square. Oh, waits. Blacklock having to work really hard to shake these guys off tonight.
And also, unfortunately, it looks like SDK is not picking up the data from the database again, or any of the live feed stuff. So a lot of the team names aren't showing. It's also not showing the custom number fonts for some of the guys' numbers. So it's just all the generic numbers on the tower. So yeah, there's something going on with the live SDK downloading service, but we've still got enough there to still get by.
We'll push on. We'll persevere. We'll work through it. Hey, the other thing too. When we look at all of this, Blacklock's working really hard to try and shake off Dan Brinker and Barrelon. The fact that they have started squabbling in amongst themselves will help Blacklock. But will he be able to catch and pass Richard Mitchum? That remains to be seen. Whiting gets through on the inside to 14th. Keeps Dane Snadden at bay. John Merritt looking for a way through on Austin Edwards.
lost.
Snadden right around the outside, not going to get it done.
Johnny could have probably called it in, because it looked like Austin was trying to hold him up with a slowdown, which is a no-no.
Correct. Now, let me just try and do some mental arithmetic here, right? So, three laps in about 6 minutes and 50 seconds, somewhere around there, right? Because we're in the 2:16s now. But we've also got to make allowances for pit stops as well. We know that we've got a threshold of about 2 minutes 20 of overtime to work with, because we can potentially do 2 minutes and 15 of overtime, because the fastest lap of the race is the 2:16s at the moment. So let's work with this race running at most an hour and 2 minutes and 15 seconds. That's as far as we can probably stretch it. With Barney throwing the white flag maybe 2 or 3 seconds from time. This is getting hairy here. This is Austin Edwards with his hands full. Whoa! Contact! And he's gone! Oh no, it gets into Austin Edwards! And Edwards spears off into the gravel! We need to have another look at that. My goodness! It was brewing, and it's boiled over early, and Austin Edwards is the unlucky one, slipping by the wayside. Oh! Yeah, I don't blame you, Slady. Hello, mate. Good evening. Thanks for tuning in. Good to have you here. 150 odd laps of this point yesterday. He's going to be with Watkins on Wednesday night in the Supercars. We wish him the best of luck with that. Now, unlucky. I wouldn't want to be calling or adjudicating on that one if I was race control. From Dane Snowden's standpoint, watch this for evasive action. Oh, so unfortunately, Snowden's now lost complete contact with that battle ahead. He's out of that. But let me go back to trying to crunch the numbers, right? So 2:16, I don't know whether to round it down to 2:15 or up to 2:20. That's the problem I've got at the moment. Normally we work on the notion of 3 laps every 7 minutes around here, and that's fine. We can do that comfortably. We can absolutely do 3 laps in 7 minutes. We'll actually have a little bit of time back on our side there, because we're sub 2:20 race pace at the moment. So work with me here. 3 and 7, which is 6 in 14, 7 8s are 56, 8 3s are 24, 25, 26 laps, get you to overtime by about half a minute. But again, if we're crunching the numbers based on 2 minutes 15, will that change the narrative? Not a hell of a lot, because 2:15 and 2 is 4.5, 2 is 9, 7 9s are 63. The race is only an hour, so gone to potential for 2 laps there anyway, by the time you take in pit lane, transit and stop times. So we get to overtime one way or another. So in that instance, up to 54 minutes would be 24 laps. So we're drawing the same numbers there as we were with 56 minutes based at the 2:20 marker compared to 2:15. So 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. 4.5 gets you to 58.5, so 26 again. So yeah, it's going to be touch and go. Based on race pace, 26, 27 laps. We were doing 25 laps in 55 minute stints yesterday, so yeah, 26, 27. Thanks, Slady, for backing me up there, mate. Thank you, appreciate that. So bear that in mind, folks, and bear in mind as well the potential that we can go as far as maybe 62 and a quarter minutes if we have to. Go into overtime if needs be to get it done. Whoa, big moment there, Luke Page. So we're ruling out that last lap, that 28th lap. That's non-existent. That doesn't happen. We're gambling on whether it's 26 or 27. There are 2 pit stops in this race. It's always uncomfortable from a mathematical standpoint, but it's an awkward number. 216 is an awkward number. You can easily go back and round it up to 215, but then if you wind it down to, or wind it back to 220, you add more time onto the clock, which compensates for the pit stops, but you're adding too much time back onto the clock. If you're winding on 4 seconds a lap, and you're doing 30 odd laps, that's at least 2 minutes. You're giving the later of the calculations, the higher of the calculations. So, and they're not going to burn 2 minutes on pit road. So it's probably easier to do it on a 215 basis. Crunch it that way. Rightio. I don't feel any better about that, having just gone through and waffled my way through it. And I'm not scribbling on anything. I don't have pens or paper in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a bare desk with a coffee and a bit of Golden Circle Lime Quarter in front of me tonight and a mobile phone. Didn't even have it open either. I was just looking at the clock. It says 8:51 Eastern, 6:51 Western, 10:51 in New Zealand. We're live, exclusive and free. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, and we've still got 45 minutes to go here at Spa. So again, even though we advertised an 8:30 start time, we were closer to 8:38 by the time we got through the qualifying overtime and, of course, the grid sequence and formation. 14 minutes in here, nearly 15. It'll be about the 15-minute marker when we get to, I'd say we'll be very close to 8:53 local time by the time that 15 minutes elapses. 15 seconds, rather. So yes, a start time about 7 3/4 minutes after what was advertised, which is what we expect. The longer the circuit, the longer the layover time in qualifying. So stay with us, because we'll be going beyond 9:30 before the checkered flag waves here this evening. For a lot of these guys, like Slady, they've grinded it out throughout the course of the weekend. Okay, so Jason Stetton's now in the mix. Unfortunately, well, I would wager that Slady's happy that he didn't have to do the nudie run. Nothing wrong with that, but obviously somebody in the team's had to, and there's obviously some disappointment within the ranks that it wasn't. So who did get the penalty? Who are you throwing under the bus? That conversation will continue. Keep your eyes peeled on the comment section in YouTube and on the right-hand side of your screen here live, ladies and gentlemen. We'll find out who's had to do the birthday suit run throughout the course of the evening, I'm sure. 16 minutes gone here. Sam Blacklock second. Harrison Denbrinker closing in. They've caught Mitchum. Mitchum might be on the fuel save here, and he can afford to be controlling this race from the front. Blacklock only 0.4 of a second ahead of Denbrinker, 0.7, and then back. Oh, okay. And then back to Alex Barrelon in fourth. But Barrelon is another 1.69 seconds down the road. Now, it's interesting here, right, because no further action. Car 1, the series champion, Richard Mitchum, for blocking Sam Blacklock. No further action in the eyes of race control, fair game, racing incident play on. Adam Lavis, what exactly are they talking about? That's the first I'm hearing of it.
Yeah, I just realised, I know we've had that race control in our ears, but not in the broadcast. I had it turned off, so we haven't been able to hear it. So they probably have been chatting without us knowing. But yeah, I assume there was probably some weaving. Possibly like what I said with who was it? Where is he gone? Austin Edwards. He's gone off the lead list. It's disappeared.
Yeah, he had that incident with Johnny Merritt. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So how he was like sort of defending with a slowdown. That's not the right thing to do. You've made the mistake. You have the penalty. You shouldn't be penalising other people around you, or you serve your penalty. It's just unfair to the guys around you. So if it was possibly something like that, but it's hard to, that sort of thing's hard to sort of find until we sort of just come across it. So I'm sure there'd be some reason for it, but the boys would have called in, and Race Control would have had a look at it and deemed that there was no issue.
Oh, okay. Slady just elaborating on what was going on there earlier in the piece. Now, no further action. Stefan Lawrence re-contact with the 404 of Jonas Degen on lap 3. Slady not willing to talk too much about the incident in the 20th hour of the Spa-24. Oh, so hang on. What Slady's also may be alluding to there, Adam, is that he's done 150 laps of Spa, but he might have been able to do a few more had it not been for that incident. Interesting. Now, is the 100x the limit for disqualification or just a drive-through penalty? That's my next question. Keep me entertained, boys. It's going to be a fun night. Richard Mitchum, Sam Blacklock, Harrison Dan Brinker. We've got cars on pit lane and on the tow road. Austin Edwards. Richard Mitchum has a slide out. Sam Blacklock's going to take the lead. And Harrison Dan Brinker's going to go with him. Dan Brinker to the outside. Mitchum slides back in the third spot. Barcelona and Worley in behind them. Glasspool is 6th. Page has been passed by Lund, 7th. And Leo Dreyer is back there in 9th. In 10th, I should say. So it's interesting because we've got Josh Morris out of the race, parked up and done. We've had Bryce Young on the tow road from minute 43. We've had a swarm of pit stops already in this race. This was Austin Edwards exiting stage right. Actually, in his case, stage left.
Got some damage.
Has he had a second incident through here?
This is before.
Yeah,
this is before.
He has.
So he's done this, and he's continued for a half lap and then pulled a pin.
Austin Edwards, done for the night. He's parked up and retired. Just copped a drive-through, started P52 top split, opted for pit lane start, managed to get back to finish 27th, even with the drive-through. Not bad, Slady, not bad. So there were obviously some bets hedged within the team with regards to, out external penalties to be served by the drivers that committed the crime. Yes, I'm starting to piece the puzzle together now. Bad luck, Slady. 20 minutes gone. Third race distance. Blacklock leads from Dan Brinker. Ferrari 1-2. They've gapped Richard Mitchum to the tune of a second. Mitchum under pressure from Barcelona and Worley now. Mitchum. Oh no, the Macca has been smashed out of the DPR Cup. So that's the social club split. The McLaren done there. We'll get those results later from Adam Lavis, of course. In comes Stephen Lawrence, John Wright. That was the point I was making. Adam, I didn't get a chance to finish it. Bryce Young's been on the pit road already for a minute 43. Bo Cubis at the end of lap 5. Will Ong at the end of lap 6. James McKnight lap 4. Glenn Morris lap 6. Tim Miles lap 7. Jason Wilkinson lap 4. So Kyle James and Jared Knight lap 5. John Wright and Stephen Lawrence both got pit road. Now, a lot of early pit lane activity.
So I think Dice is talking about social club. He's talking about positions 5 through 9, or 5 through 8, all the DPR cars. So the McLaren's now at the back of the queue, on their way back.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, gotcha. And again, apologies because we've been talking about the fact that we didn't have any references, team names and whatnot popping up on our screen. That is starting to be fixed as we go by Adam Lavis by the looks of this. I can see a few more team names. You're not touching it?
I'm not
no, okay. Copy.
Unless it's slowly downloading it at the rate of 1 name per hour.
Yeah, true. Worley, Keane and Lund are all showing DPR racing, so that's all good. I know. I got thrown also by Daiso saying that he was talking about social club earlier in the piece as well. So now, have a look at this, because John Merritt's picked up a 10-second penalty for that incident with Austin Edwards. Inside added to injury there because Edwards has had a second separate isolated incident and he's out of the race. Let's have a look at this. We're riding on board with Dan Brinker. Will it be second time lucky? Will it be second time lucky getting by Sam Blacklock? Get the inside. Go for it, son. Win it or bin it. Dive down the inside of the bus stop. Dan Brinker to the lead in Belgium. That's how you do it. Very nicely done. Now he puts breathing space. Distance between himself and Blacklock on the run of turn 1. He does not want to be hung out to dry into the gravel trap here as he wants a few laps to go. 10 has been complete. We're on lap 11. We're at 23 minutes in. It is Monday Night Motorsport. Thanks to Waste Options, live, exclusive and free across the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And all of a sudden it's a Ferrari 1, 2, Ford 3, Ferrari 4, 6 and 8. 4 different manufacturers in the top 10. McLaren in 9th and Chev in 5th. 3 Fords in the top 10. The rest Ferraris, Damien McBay, second into the night for him. In come Luke London, Jeff Adams. Josh Morris and Austin Edwards, the only retirements so far. Mentioned it earlier, social club results, AM split results, pro AM split results at the end of the broadcast for you, ladies and gentlemen, as per usual. Dyson reckons the horses are the only cars worth having. Talking about the prancing type and also the Mustang type.
Oh, Luke Lund's got away with one now. Thought he was supposed to go get a penalty with that crossing that white line. But our racing hasn't been rough on him, so he's at the moment the exit, but managed to dodge the wrath of the line stewards.
Josh Morris, avoidable contact with Luke Lund on lap 8, gets a warning for his efforts there. Down to 35 cars, ladies and gentlemen. 3/4 of a lap covers the field right now. Bryce Young hasn't gone a lap down yet, but is completely and utterly off sequence, out of sequence to everybody else after that lap 2 pit stop. And I dare say, Adam, possibly a 3-stop strategy for him now. I'm not sure he can make it home on just one more stop. Having had to stop that early, lap 2.
Or it'd be a stretch. Like, you can maybe fuel save it, but it would require a definite fuel save, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, because look, all the leaders are in. Lap 11, critical lap. Have a look at them. They dive for pit lane as though it was almost a rehearsal. Top 7, all on pit road, make it 8, 9, 10, 11. They're all in. Monkey see, monkey do.
It's one of those things, the longer track is it's much harder to get the extra lap.
Oh, look at it's in Dan Brinker with the...
Nick Wood stayed out a little bit.
That doesn't surprise me.
He is one of those fuel-saving, one of the fuel-saving crew.
Yeah, absolutely he is. Who goes short, who goes long here? Everybody going for the long fuel at the moment, it would seem. Harrison Denbrinker gone, 19.9. He leapfrogs, gets through. Blacklock, Mitchum, Worley and Barrelon all back out in that order. So not too much change at the top. Everybody goes long, except for Luke Page and John Merritt. They went short. 14 and 13 seconds respectively.
Barrelon, I believe, with the 21-second stop, got all 4 tyres.
That could be telling as well. That could be to his good fortune later in the piece. Tyre wear will play its part again. Wood, Denbrinker, Blacklock, Mitchum, Worley, the top 5. Wood due to stop next time through, I would imagine. Glenn Arnott was the only other one not to come in that time through. If you hadn't already stopped, lap 11 was your critical lap. So that means, so got to fine up the calculations here, right? Got to try and fine tune it. Not going to have much fun or luck doing that. What was I saying earlier? We were saying 6 laps in every 9 minutes, right? About where we're at. It'll be a little bit this side, the north side of 9 minutes. It'll be somewhere in that realm of 9 to 9 1/4. But for mathematical sake, let's round it back to 9. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 6 4s are 24, 6 9s are 54. 2 on the back of that gets you to 58.5 or 58 3/4, somewhere around there. The 2 trends to the lane, there is a strong chance we'll get that 27th lap in tonight. It'll be all on the pace of Harrison Denbrinker, Sam Blacklock, Richard Mitchum. We know that already. I'm interested to see how this plays out. Nick Wood should come to pit lane this time by. But if it is 27, Adam, that makes the critical lap the end of lap 16.
Indeed, and also Luke Page has a black flag.
He does. Yeah, good pickup. I heard you trying to get in there. I had no idea it was for that until I had a look at the totem pole myself. Luke Page, rub him out of contention. This will be what it was for. No, this will be Oscar Haynes. His moment earlier on. That was a slow down observation from him.
It's also
Ferrari were pretty hard to catch down the straights in the Mustang with the BOP. So it seems to be that Ferrari don't mind this circuit. Based on that comment. Interesting. Nick Wood and Glenn Arnott back out now as well, Adam. So, field cleanse, first time through, 28.5 minutes gone. John Merritt has a 10-second invoice coming his way. We know that from earlier on in the piece. Here he is being chased by Leo Dreyer, and he's also trying to get by James Glasspool. Could oh no.
Well, a lot of the DPR cars have spread out now. Only two of them have retained their spots.
Daiso has no problem throwing his teammates under the bus.
It's kind of the opposite.
And it's funny.
Pretty sure Wally was the one having the shocker last week, and he's leading the DPR crew.
Yeah, that's right. He couldn't buy like last week at Watkins Glen. Was in contention early, but had a moment going into one of the horseshoes in the extension of the circuit, that outer loop. Had a spin, then had another incident, and yeah, that was what eventually inevitably put the line through. Then Brinker, Blacklock, Mitchum, Worley, Keane, Barrelon, Page, Glasspool, Merritt and Gray are the top 10. But at the same time, Daiso White's having a laugh as well. It turned on really well last Wednesday night with our supercar coverage, and we're looking forward to... I'm hinting at something for you, but it wasn't one of us. Okay. Is he referring to Luke Page getting the drive-through penalty maybe? Or Jonas Decker's down 10 spots, Glenn Arnott's down 14, Bo Cubis is down 14, so it could be one of those. Keep an eye on that. In comes Luke Page to serve that penalty. But yes, looking forward to catching up with Daiso again on... well, I'm not here Wednesday night, so it might be Friday night we get a chance to catch up with him on the platform of the GSRC. That was clinical from him in GT1 the other night, my God.
So we do have a couple of takers with the short stop. So Kyle James and Jared Hay, they've jumped a few here trying to latch onto this lead group, but they've taken 6 seconds less fuel. And also, Johnny didn't do a big one, but Johnny did do 3 to 4 seconds less fuel just to get a little bit of a jump on some people. So there is a little bit of fuel gains, just not as much as we usually see.
I think you meant Jared Knight, didn't you?
Yeah, Jared Knight. Did I say back here?
Yeah, there he is. Not Jared Hayne, that was the rugby league player.
Oh, whoopsies.
But that being said, the HTS Racing stable is no stranger to Haynes, of course. Adam Hayne and the rest of the crew. Now, it's interesting because you mentioned Jared Knight. He did go for the short fuel, but Kyle James and he both stopped lap 4, lap 5. Jason Wilkinson stopped lap 4. So those guys are probably in the window.
Oh, so they haven't chosen the short stop. That's all they can fit in the car.
Pretty much. They're on the full reverse strap.
But it has helped them from now. Now, if they can latch onto this group and get dragged away, then hopefully it will help them out in the next stop. Because they will drop back a little bit. They do have a 5-second gap back to Whiting.
Now, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, getting some word through from Melbourne tonight that if you're a fan of the cricket, they're going to have, for the first time in a few years, cricket on Christmas Eve in the Big Bash. We know the women's schedule is being released. The men's is on the way. probably dropping this week sometime. Keep your eyes peeled for that. And plan your summer around it accordingly. I love just sitting back with a cold one in hand once we've wrapped up for the season, Adam, and just watching cricket for 6 weeks. I had a bit of tennis as well. Tim Miles in 20th spot at the moment. Pick him up. He's chasing John Wright. He's fending off Dane Snadden. They're back to the main straight. Biggest winners and losers of the night so far, plus 18 for Jason Wilkinson, 17 for Kyle James. The positions lost for the night. So where do you want to start? 14, the common denominator. No Cubis Glenn Arnott and also Luke King. But obviously we've had 3 retirements. Right. Oscar Haynes, the third of those retirements at the end of lap 11. Josh Morris for lap 8 and Oscar Edward for lap 7. So that might have been what guys had referring to. So Oscar Haynes becomes the third retirement of the night. James McKnight comes into pit road and goes out again. That's his second and potentially final stop of the night, but he'd have to get 12 to 13 laps out of the skin. I'm not sure it's doable. Then Brinker leads, and then Blacklock, Mitchum, Worley, Keane, Barrelon, Glasspool, Lund, Merritt and Dreyer. The biggest movers within the top 10 are 9th and 10th, John Merritt, Leo Dreyer. We know Merritt has 10 seconds hanging over his head, which at the moment would drop him about 6 spots. It would drop him from 9th back to, what's the margin, 16.6. It would drop him back to 15th. Jason Wilkinson and everyone there up to Leo Dreyer would move up 1 spot. James Glasspool gets a racing room warning on John Merritt on lap 12. And James holds down 7th at the moment at the head of this train. It's Glasspool, Martin, Merritt, Dreyer and that is it. Tim Miles in 20th spot. We saw him on screen a moment ago. Now we're having a look at Luke Lund up on the outside. That was to get by John Merritt for position number 8. Down the Camel Straight, nicely done. I'm liking this more aggressive style of GT3 racing. The fact that we're seeing more genuine Daniel Cheney bites concrete and Jason Wilkinson and Kyle James come to pit lane. And Cheney enters, I'd say, via the tow rope this time through, unless he can limp it back. It's interesting. James and Wilkinson now on pit road, so their last pit stop, ideally, happening right now. Den Brinker, Blacklock, Mitchum, Worley and Keane, the top 5. 4 Ferraris in the top 6, 5 in the top 10, 2 McLarens in the top 10, 2 Fords in the top 10, and a Chev as well. I'm just trying to remember the point that I was making there.
So the guys,
a couple of months ago,
guys,
but I'm drawing blanks.
Guys being now probably good on fuel as long as it doesn't go into too much overtime. So it all depends on when Barney throws that checker flag, whether they're good or whether they say fuel good.
Correct. And more to the point, when he throws the white flag, whether it's going to be somewhere in the 58th or 59th minute, or whether it's going to be pushing close to the end of the 60th. Miles hung out to drive by Dane Snad. Through to 18th goes Dane. Oscar Haynes, the latest of the retirements. Daniel Cheney's grabbed 8.87 seconds worth of fuel that time through. So he did stop to repair the damage. And he'll be hoping that that's his last stop of the night as well. Den Brinker, Blacklock, Mitchum, Worley and Keane, the top 5. Right, we're working our way through this second round of pit stops. That's what I was saying. I'm liking this new aggressive style of GT3 racing. James Glasspool out wide. So this is going to be interesting now.
You got to slow down for that too.
One down the outside, he'll get a slow down. Merritt will gobble him up. Merritt slots in behind. He's already got 10 seconds coming his way. Luke won the next target. They're 6 seconds up the road from Alex Barrelon, who holds down 6th at the moment. And they've got to be careful, because the more they squabble, the more likely, no, actually not anymore, scratch that, Jared Knight's on the pit road. And Michael Whiting's still about a second in arrears. He could latch onto this battle pack soon enough as well. They're going for it tonight. I'm liking it. Yelbows are out. They're not afraid to go door-to-door racing and overtake, rather than relying on strategy and undercuts and overcuts and other things. They're actually going and racing for position in a race on the racetrack. It's as though they've identified the whole purpose of the idea of the concept. It's fantastic. More of this, please, throughout the course of the season. I mean, we expect it in the sprint racing, but to get that sprint vibe about an enduro of 60 minutes or 90 minutes, as we saw, as we will see in rounds 6 and 10, I'm liking it. 5-second penalty for Glenn Arnott for a late move on Alan Dawson. And Arnott's not the sort of bloke that would argue with that, because he knows the race control caper inside out, back to front. So, as you can see on your screen there, folks, already a few of the two-stoppers completed. The second round of pit stops, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those complete so far, of those that you can see on the screen. And below William Ong, Cheney, McKnight and Cubis have all completed their second stop, and Young has as well. Out comes Cubis at the end of 21-second stop and hold for that second stop. Daniel Cheney loops it again at 1. He's having a night to forget in that McLaren. Very unhappy at this point in time. Bryce Young, the last of the running cars at the moment, in 34th position. Still only the 3 retirements. 8 manufacturers represented in this field tonight. All 8 are still represented in some way, shape or form out of the cars that are still running. No Acuras, no Audis, no Lambos in this field tonight. Then Brinker leads for the second week in a row. On track for the double, for 2 from 2 to start the season. Be an awesome result if he can get it. Off goes Stefan Lawrence, off goes Stefan Lawrence, off goes Stefan Lawrence. You'd never have a small crash coming through that part of the circuit. He's on his lid and done. This is an enormous shunt for Stefan Lawrence, and all on his own. Have a look at this. Too much curve. The car snaps, drags, and digs into the gravel. And he flips and flies. Stefan Lawrence's night is done. And he is still sitting stationary in that part of the circuit.
It's where he's still in shock.
I'd say so. Look at this. Bang, up and over and gone. That is a wild ride. If you're one of those people that gets nauseous just looking at stuff like that, or seasick or anything of the like, we apologise in advance. That is not for the faint-hearted, that one. Oh, jeez. Daiso again with the comment of the night. The race car does the turtle. Yeah, absolutely. And the medical helicopter on standby. Stefan Lawrence, wow-wee. Now he's on the tow rope and on pit road. It's been a long while. Like, we're not immune to seeing cars come unstuck at that point of the circuit, right? We know how committed you've got to be. Because it is, and just watch these guys, they're heading through the same section of the circuit now. This is Luke 1, and you know the circuit well, Adam.
I was going to say, they're going to be committed to that corner, almost as committed as our cameraman was to capture that.
Absolutely, yeah.
It didn't flinch.
The iRacing broadcast production team doing a beautiful job as always. But yeah, it's a mega send, right? Everybody's full tilt, foot to the floor. You can't afford not to be. And unfortunately, sometimes it does go awry. John Merritt to pit road. But usually, it's weird how that happens, right? Because usually you see them slip and slide through that corner and they go left and they head towards the other side of the racetrack. They head towards the safety of the grass and the concrete. But as soon as that car dug into the gravel, goodbye. Good night. Michael Whiting back in 19th spot at the moment. John Merritt and Tim Miles on pit road. Harrison down Brinker leads. Sam Blacklock second. Richard Mitchum, Philip Worley, Reece Keane, Alex Barrelon. then Luke London, James Glasspool. There was someone in here the other night in our Friday Night IndyCar broadcast, Adam, suggesting that we need to have commentators there. I've been a little bit slack. I've got to dot a couple of I's and cross a couple of T's and establish a webcam setup for here in the man cave for the for the new computer setup, and I will do it eventually. There's so much other stuff going on at the moment that I'm trying to sort through. But the downside of that would be I'd actually have to probably get a winter jacket, like a ski jacket with the GSRC logo on it, because I don't think it would be appropriate to have me on camera calling a motor race in a Simpsons hoodie, which I'm wearing at the moment. It is very bitter by Queensland standards here tonight, expecting single digits, 7 or 6 degrees somewhere overnight. And just as I was heading down to the booth to get ready for the broadcast this evening, I thought, yeah, okay, I need an extra layer. I need an extra layer of comfort just to stay warm. But I was having to think about that, and I was like, yeah, I'm not sure. There's so many creature comforts associated with the fact that you can commentate and you're not on camera and no one can see. Like, you could wear your pajamas if you wanted to. But no, the old hoodie does the trick. So, Harrison Denbrinker, Sam Blacklock, Richard Mitchum, Philip Worley, Reece Keane, Alex Barrelon, Luke London, James Glasspool, the top 8, Leo Dreyer and Nick Wood, the top 10, Luke Page, Vinny Nguyen in behind them, Dane Snadden and Luke King, Alex Barrelon to pit road. That's important to note. First to the real lead pack to make his way to pit road. Denbrinker still holds down Blacklock by 1.5 seconds. This has been another magnificent performance from Denbrinker. Here's Philip Worley. DPR 4, 5 and 6 at the moment, and a good gap between Worley, Reece King, impressive in recent weeks, James Glasspool as well. But yeah, Stephen Lawrence, did he end up rejoining the circuit, or did he just park up on the tyre? No, he's stuck on the tow road. He's stuck on pit road.
I don't think he had his fast repair check, because last time I saw him in the pits, he still had no wing in the car.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately a rookie error for Stephen.
Unless he's already used the fast repair earlier in the race, we didn't notice and didn't see.
That's a possibility as well. This is only his second stop of the night, though, so I'm not sure. Have a look at this. The gloves are off here. Vinny Nguyen trying to force his way to the top 10. Alex Barrelon's come back out onto the track in front of him. And Barrelon now the best placed of anyone to have completed the 2 stops. Inside a quarter of an hour to go. We're only on lap 20. Ooh. Now, just having a look here. No. Stephen Lawrence is requesting assistance within his own sim rig. Can someone go to Stephen's house and extract him, please? And thank you. Oh, poor Stephen Lawrence. Can you believe that? What wretched luck. Wild ride. Probably the biggest crash we've seen in GT3 for some time. And, yes, you've earned your spot on the highlights reel for the balance of the season, mate. I know we'll show it again in the post-race show for the benefit of everybody that's tuning in late or missed it at the time. But, yes, extraordinary. Extraordinary. Luke London pit lane, down on the inside. Oh, geez, Vinny Nguyen trying to fend off and keep Dane Snadden at bay. They're both into pit road. No, Snadden goes again. Vinny Nguyen goes in and Snadden goes again. 13 minutes to go. Second round of pit stops about to come and go. Now, you can imagine how tedious this is. We're trying to crunch the numbers. We're inside 13 and a half minutes to go. So that 2:15 threshold that I was talking about is going to come and go before we get back to the line. Yeah, we can probably still get 27. Just with the assistance of some overtime. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Denbrinker's on lap 21. We'd have to get 6 laps in but we'd have to start the last of those with time up our sleeve. Of course, just came out of medical and I'm all good. Bit dizzy, but I'll be there next week. Oh, don't worry. We thought you were just in a state of shock, Stefan. That's what Adam Lavis said. That's all good. We were actually waiting for you to do the George Russell and call for the safety car or the red flag. I'm in an unsafe position. Oh, dear. Everybody's going to have fun with that. Harrison Denbrinker, Sam Blacklock, Richard Mitchum, Philip Worley, and Reece Keaton in the top 5. Oh, dear. What a start of the season. We'll see you next week, Stefan. Better luck then. Hope all's going well in your world. Apart from the race retirement, of course. Denbrinker's just started lap 22, and he's done so with, what have we got? He had just over 11 minutes to spare. So at this stage, it's touch and go as to whether or not. It'll depend on the pit lane transit time. Pit lane transit time is going to determine this one for me. We haven't gone to pit lane yet for that. Whoa, trouble! Big one! Is that... I can't tell.
It's Leo.
It's a former tyre.
It's Leo Dreyer, if it's anybody.
Copy.
Yeah.
John Merritt's showing off track. Merritt. It's Merritt. It's John. It's hot lap. It's the Ferrari. Merritt's night is done. He's on the tie rope with Stefan Lawrence. We'll have to get back to that a little bit later on, folks. As you can tell, we've got a couple of technical problems creeping in. With apologies to anyone vulnerable to epileptic seizures out there.
Racing's going to fix this. It's so annoying.
I'm with you. And McBay's picked up a black flag as well. Can we banish Max Packets from the comment section, because I don't think we need to be comparing Stefan to that disgrace to the nation, which was Olympic breakdancing. Fair dinkum. The IOC still deserve the biggest uppercut for that. Fair dinkum. So, Harrison Denbrinker, Sam Blacklock, and Richard Mitchum, the top 3.
I'm only guessing. I did see in one of those freaky frames that it looked like Leo was sideways, so maybe they've come together and John's come up worse for him.
Possibly, and Jonas Deggan is also on pit lane right now as well, so he's on the tow right too. And a 10-second penalty for McBay. Leaders in except for Denbrinker. Denbrinker's going on for a 12th lap of this stint. Mitchum, Blacklock, Worley, Keane, Glasspool. If you can make it out between the strobe effects. Blacklock in and out in 7.3 seconds, so this is going to be really, really short. And it's looking more and more like we're going to flag it at 26. It's looking more and more like we're not going to get to that 27th lap. That's what I've been sitting here trying to just go through the numbers, crunch the numbers, go through the motions. And Denbrinker's going to be the tell. But just based on where Sam Blacklock was and where the clock was, we needed to be the other side of 9 minutes. At the start of lap 23, we were not. So it now looks as though, with 8 minutes to go on the clock, 2:15 and 2 is 4:40. 4:32 is 6:45 and 2 is 9. With 8 minutes to go, it looks as though we are on the 4th last lap of the race. So this one is lap 23, 3 to go after this. Following Richard Mitchum through. Tough night for the defending champion. Led early, caught that slowdown and has not seen clear air at the top of the leaderboard since. Dane Snadden in 13th. And you may have noticed, folks, so I thought that was the case, Adam. Thank you for verifying that. We've lost We've lost the ambience from the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. Jordan Pianazzola did suggest to me at one point that if it was a Formula V race and we lost the sound again, that I should just call it like they do the golf. But this is too lively and exciting to do that. We've got to pick a boring night of racing, a slow and steady processional sort of affair, like the commute home on any Queensland highway. Oh wait, that's also frustrating as all buggery, but that's another story. 53 and a quarter minutes gone, 7 minutes to go. Bear with us, folks. Harrison Den Brink at a pit road. So we are definitely 3 laps from home, with confirmation that he's only on pit road now, and he's still there. 8.8 gone. Now, this is going to be interesting because that was a slower stop than what we saw from Sammy Blacklock out onto the racetrack. He's out, and he's ahead. But look at that. It's not much. This race comes down to the final 3 laps, and Blacklock will leave nothing on the table. He's got to try and reel Den Brinker in. The margin's 1.1. Is he close enough to latch on and get a tow at some point? Final 3 laps. It's a race in 2. It's a race between the 2 Ferraris. Jared Knight, turn 1, the Aston. Uh-oh.
That fixed the sound.
Yes, it did. Well done. Here's one to the top of the hill and goes onto the Camel Straight. He's got Leo Dreyer for company behind him. Actually, no. That's Jared Knight trying to fend off Dane Snadden and Luke King, and Leo Dreyer's too far behind that battle between Michael Whiting, who's now just been passed by Luke Lund. Sorry, I was getting caught out by the sequence. Luke Lund through ahead of Michael Whiting, and Luke Lund up into 9th.
So 90s...
Snadden's out there in 13th. Go for it, Adam.
Well, 90's done well. So we said there before he had to do the early stop at lap 5, and we knew he had to do a longer stop. But he's maintained 12th position with that longer stop in the second base. So he managed to pull enough of a gap in that second stint to get himself to maintain that 12th spot, but he does have 2 Hungary Whiskey business cars behind him trying to take it off him. Actually 3. Luke Page isn't that far back either, so it's a Whiskey business trio chasing him down.
And that's not a bad recovery from Luke, because didn't he have that drive-through to serve as well?
Yeah, he had the drive-through. I'm assuming for pit exit. Would be my guess. Probably across the white line on exit. The one that we saw, it was one of the DPR cars, Luke Lund, I think it was, got lucky to get away with having a spin and not triggering that. So it looks like it caught Luke out, unless he has a lot of incidents we can't see yet, but more likely the pit exit. But yeah, he's on the comeback trail. Unfortunately, he was in the middle of the top 10, but now he's in the middle of the top 15. So still some good points, but being latched into this grid might be a bit of a barnstorm end to the race.
Indeed. How good. So Dane Snadden 13th. Nick Wood in and out of pit lane at the end of lap 24, and he's retaining, let's have a look, 9th, 10th, probably 11th position at the moment. Leo Dreyer coming through. Nick Wood's come out. Actually, Nick Wood's come out ahead of Luke Lund and also Michael Whiting. Can he hold it? That's the question. Nick Wood has come out in 8th. Down on the inside is Luke Lund. Lund on the inside, too wide to a Rouge. Oh, brilliantly done around the outside. How about that? The commitment required. As they headed up through Rouge to Radion. And now Nick Woods is sitting back. He's going to get covered up by Michael Whiting, who gets the benefit of the slipstream from Luke Lund as well to go back to 9th. And Wood is still forcing the issue. Now he concedes.
Whiting's
2 to go at Spa.
Whiting's another one. Oh, he's only one stop though. Whiting still needs to do his second stop.
Correct.
That's bad. Oh no, he's had 2 stops.
Oh, no, actually, no, he has. Yeah, he has. Yeah.
But yeah, he's come up a lot here. He's jumped to a lot of spots. We're going to bring that back up.
Nick Wood up 12, Jared Knight up 10, Michael Whiting up 7 spots tonight. A lot of movement up and down that leaderboard tonight. 13 seems to be the most positions gained, and it's been shared by 3 of them. Tim Miles, Jason Wilkinson and Jeff Adams. a three-way tie for most positions gained
So he
on a
sort of,
night full of attrition.
I think it was a bit of an optical illusion. I think Whiting was sort of just those guys who short field. He was just behind them, so he fell back into the clutches of the back half of the top 20. But then now that's sort of filtered out with those short fielders moving back to their natural spot. He's brought himself back up towards top 10. So good race from the Fishy Motorsports entry. Oh.
Final lap and a half.
90's lost one whiskey. Now he's up for another shot.
Luke King goes through, hit the shoulder. He barely hung on to it there. Let's have a look at this Knight forcing around the outside. Not going to work. They're both out in no man's land. Luke King got across to cover off Knight. Knight dives deep at the bus stop. But King consolidates 13th.
And King, he's managed to get away without a slowdown there. So that's lucky.
It is indeed. White flag flies at Spa.
And it actually does now. He has a tower. Look at him here. He's not very enthused though. He's just limp-wristing it.
He's not. He's not sitting out with the spectators on the wrong side of the racetrack. When we used to come here, he sat out there on the outside of the main straight on the run down towards turn 1, like a Nigel. It's unbelievable. So at least now he's in the starter's pole, the platform there, and he doesn't look out of place, which is good. Half a minute to go. Harrison Denbrinker's going to make it 2 from 2 in Waste Options GT3 Pro for this season with a clinical performance here. Real good gutsy drive, this one. Had to work hard in the early stages. Benefited from that little bit of a moment for Richard Mitchum with the slowdown. Of course, when Bargy with Sam Blacklock, they did have a good scrap early in the piece, but he recovered from that beautifully. And he's trumped everybody on strategy play, played the long game, and is going to be rewarded. He's going to reap the reward of a 3-second triumph and back-to-back wins in Waste Options GT3 Pro. This is a guy, of course, remember, that at the start of last term carved it up in the GT3 Pro-Am slip before being promoted. And now he's a back-to-back winner in Waste Options GT3 Pro on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Den Brinker dominates at Spa. Blacklock in for second, Mitchum third, then Worley, King, Barcelona, then Glasspool, London, Whiting, then Wood and Dreyer, Snadden, King, Knight, Page, the top 15. They're still arguing over the minor placings, but it looks as though it's all pretty clear-cut unless there's a driver mistake in the last few corners. Onto the last corner, onto the main straight. Reece King 5th, Alex Barrow on 6th, James Glasspool holds off Luke London and Michael Whiting, with Nick Wood rounding out the top 10. Nick Wood up 12 spots. 12 gained for Kyle James, 13 for Tim Miles and Jason Wilkinson, the most positions gained tonight. King comes home in 13th, down 4. Barrelon lost 4. Richard Mitchum lost 2 in the end. Pole, but no race win there. Glenn Morris has been passed in the final quarter and then gets it back. No! The Porsche drag race to the start-finish line. Wilson and Morris Wilson. Wilson got it for DPR Racing.
I don't think it matters because Morris has got a black flag next to his name.
He does, so he's going to get an invoice anyway. That's probably going to drop him down behind Glenn Arnott and Damien McBay. William On, Daniel Cheney, James McKnight, Benbow Cubis, Bryce Young, John Merritt, Jonas Degan, Stephen Lawrence, Oscar Haynes, Josh Morris and Austin Edwards. But to the victor go the spoils. Harrison Denbrinker dominates again. Ferrari have cleaned up the first 2 rounds of the season. Denbrinker, the man to beat at the moment. Richard Mitchum having a tough time of it with his championship defence. Oh boy. How good. What a race that was. Just hearing Lee Williamson in the ears of all the drivers, just encouraging a few of them to make their way up here to have a chat with us. I want to focus more on the bottom half of that leaderboard, Adam, rather than the top half. Winning margin 3.1. Big space all up and down the field. Glenn Morris in 24th spot. That invoice, where's he going to drop to, please? Can we go over the page? Because I was going to talk about the DNFs and that as well, so I need to have a look-see here. Morris has been relegated to 30th from what was 24th at the line, so he's lost 6 spots. That's a really good finishing rate. Morris, the last time on the lead lap, 30th. Bryce Young a lap down. Now, Jonas Degen and, well, Stefan Lawrence is still stationary on pit road. Everybody else has vacated. The problem they've got, right, how many laps did we get in tonight? 26 minus 75% from that. It's going to be about 19.5, isn't it? 19.5 laps is where you needed to be tonight with regards to being classified. And that'll be at the discretion of Adam Lavis as to whether or not John Merritt, Jonas Degen will be, because I think that exited the server before the race had finished. Bryce Young will be classified as a lap down. We will have as many as 33, as little as 31 cars classified, therefore picking up points tonight. Remembering that the 75% threshold was not met by Lawrence, Haynes, Morris or Edwards. Less attrition than I probably expected, Adam Lavis, but good racing all the same.
Oh, yeah, it was a very good racing. A lot of it had a couple of little gaps, but everyone had divided into little battle packs. So plenty of action the whole night. A few incidents, one big one by Stefan just to spice things up. So very good. I'm just trying to get the results for the other splits, but they're taking a little lot of load. But once I get them up, I'll put them up on the screen for you.
And I was going to say the other thing as well. We probably want to show the Stefan Lawrence replay again, only because I want to actually count how many times it flipped and flew. It was a hell of a wild ride. We've got Sam Blacklock showing on my Discord screen at the moment. We've just dragged him in from the green room. It says dash out go committee. So I'm assuming that Sam Blacklock is outgoing. I'm just assuming he didn't have enough letters at his disposal to finish the title accordingly. So he's gone with the youthful way of trimming the letters and the words any which way he can. And Kurt Nominson has also jumped in here as well. We'll hear from Kurt very shortly. We'll have the results from Pro-Am, Am and Social very shortly for the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club this Monday night. Thank you, Adam. We've got Pro-Am. I'll get to that in a moment. Just important to note, 37 starters, 31 come home. That is a really good result for all and sundry. Great to have such a high rate of competitors getting across the line and completing the race and backing the points. Very low attrition compared to other races we've seen so far this season across the board. Our race winner is here from Pro. We'll get to him in a moment. And this bloke will be smiling like a Cheshire cat when we catch up with him on Wednesday night. Andrew Neal, he's here Thursday night as well this week. Neal's back in the booth and back in the house and back in the cockpit and back on top of the podium, back in victory lane in Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am from Willie Blair, who was the dominant force last week. Then Chris Miller, Daniel Piper, Michael Angus, Paul Wood, Sean Benici, Mitchell Noble, Brad Coates and Jordan Pianazzola picked up a top 10 finish as well. Very nicely done. We'll get to Am and Social very shortly. Adam Lavis will have those up on screen when he's ready to rock and roll, and you'll just let me know in the ear which one he's got. But in the meantime, I might just start with Sam Blacklock and Harrison Denbrinker if I can. We'll get back to Mr. Nominson in just a moment. I can't wait to see him on a broadcast race later this term. Good evening to you, Mr. Denbrinker. Good evening to you, Mr. Blacklock. Ferrari 1-2, and by gee, you guys had a good ding-dong scrap there throughout the course of the evening. I liked what I saw. Really good stuff. And Harrison, 2 from 2, mate. Can you have got a better start of the season than that? I think not.
Yeah, I don't think I could hope for a better start. Tonight was a really fun race. Getting 2 from 2 in general is what I really needed. With the plans having to miss a couple of races, unfortunately, so this is what I really need to get started.
Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, El Presidente has just joined us in the house as well. Mr. G. Heaney, who will be able to give us a full rundown of the events of yesterday. the GSRC 2026 AGM a little bit later on in this post-race show as well. And we're off to one of the namesakes of the United States on Friday night. Whilst it's better known for country music, it's also known for whiskey, and that's, of course, Nashville, Tennessee on Friday night. So we're looking forward to that. We'll get to the whiskey business part of the post-race report very shortly. Harry, I guess the only box you haven't ticked so far, mate, is qualifying, but you're proving that these races aren't necessarily defined by one-lap pace. It's got to be the whole box and dice, the whole setup, and you've executed your racecraft very well, and your strategy was faultless as well.
Yeah, this quali definitely was my best. My last lap, I was actually on for pole by probably half a tenth to a tenth, and ran out of fuel, so I just miscalculated how much I was going to be pushing. But yeah, quali's the only thing I really got to improve on. Just general race pace was pretty good today. Couldn't make the bus stop for my life for half the race, but sorted it out midway through, and that sort of just gave me the edge to break the slipstream and pull away.
Sorry, boys, I've just got a frog in the throat. I'm trying to extract it as we go. The interesting thing for mine, right, and I noticed this last week, but I wasn't sure if it was going to carry over to Spa. I liked that it did, though. I feel as though there's been a big change in GT3 racecraft, which means that you guys are working harder for your money, but at the same time, we're being more entertained as you go. I mean, there was not one real dull, lull, boring patch of that race tonight. Normally, we know how GT3 racing rock and rolls, right? You get through the first stint, everybody is happy to follow the leader, tuck in, go through the motions, get to the pit stop, then you let the strategy play out, then you maybe work on your overtakes and whatnot later in the piece. You guys had the gloves off from lap one. There's a real upping of the ante as far as racecraft is concerned this season. It means that things are more aggressive and more unforgiving and relentless on the racetrack, but more entertaining for those of us watching on from home. What have you noticed in that regard?
I definitely think that's the go. I've obviously really enjoyed the battles. The battle with Sam today was really fun. I did give it a little report in the end, which a couple laps later I kind of thought there was no real point in that. It was no harm, no foul in it. It was just good fun, hard racing. I am enjoying that it's a bit more physical, I guess. It's just brings a bit more character and enjoyment for the viewers in general, of course. I think it's just fun for the series. Of course, it can end badly, but if there's respect, it's good racing.
You weren't talking about that moment that we just saw on replay there. You're getting shoved into the weeds a little bit there at turn one, into the kitty litter.
Yeah, I gave that little report, and then yeah, definitely thought there was no point in that. It was just good fun.
But in the end, it didn't seem to harm you in any way, shape or form. You were able to reel back in Alex Barrelon. Then you were able to go in pursuit of Semi again, and you were also aided by the fact that Richard Mitchum copped a slowdown as well partway through that opening stint.
Yeah, with Mitchum, I was expecting him to come back a little bit. After that slowdown, I thought he would pick the pace up to where he was a bit more, but he never seemed to get back to it, which has been unfortunate, I guess. He kind of put it down to us two out front. I kind of just hurt myself throughout the race the most with pit stops. I took just too much fuel. My calculator was quite off. And then just that last chicane as well, I think I probably hit it right maybe 40% of the time. I'm sure Sam can agree with that. He watched me go wide all the time.
I was going to say, it can be off-putting when you're watching your opponent struggle. You can sometimes monkey see, monkey do fall into the same trap, but it hasn't happened that way. Pit strategy was interesting too, mate, because you went one lap longer than everybody on the second stint, but everybody pulled the same trigger at the end of the first stint. Any reason for a 12-lap second stint or not?
Oh, nothing in particular. It was just comfortable fuel saving and just had the pace to maintain it as well. I was actually close to it the first stint, but just wasn't able to get it. Thought I'd push a bit more, try and get that P1 and have a little bit of a gap going into the pits. But yeah, it was just nearly stuffed myself, letting Sam back into the slipstream quite nearly with that second pit stop. But yeah, nothing in particular that I wanted to do for the 12 laps.
We noticed that as well, mate, because obviously we only went 26 laps in the end, so really based on where the the first round of pit stops were, which was lap 11 or 12. It was only a very small turnaround and you're back in the fuel window, but most of you guys went long, very short. There wasn't too much variance in that regard, even though you could have gone, based on those numbers, as early as the end of lap 14. 12 laps would have got you home. But you mentioned the almost letting Sam back into the slipstream, right? We did notice that your second pit stop of 8.88 was a full second and a half more than Sam Blacklock. So that could have been a defining moment in the race. Had you stayed stationary for 2 or 3 tenths any longer, that would have let him right back into that slipstream potentially and could have changed the narrative.
Oh, for sure. I ended up with, I think it was 1.5 laps of fuel extra at the end, so that's just gave it away entirely.
That's it, yep.
Happy I took the tyres off. Remembered that in the pit lane, so that was good. But yeah, it was just that little mistake nearly cost me, but I'm happy it didn't.
And we're happy for you as well, mate. I mean, back to start the season. Can you go on with this now? Has this set up your potential championship push very early in the piece? What are going to be the potential trip hazards that may present themselves along the way here that may get in the way of you on a championship run?
Only real thing I can think of at the moment is the next 2 races, whether or not I'll be able to make them, and if I do, I'll probably be quite off pace, so those may end up being contenders for drop rounds. We'll just have to see how it goes. I think that's about it, really. I just need to try and keep the pace up and learn some circuits as the season goes.
I was going to say too, we're a little bit impressed by the fact that Ferrari's enjoying a little bit of a resurgence here. Someone mentioned that the bot must be pretty well spot on point this term for the Ferrari to go toe-to-toe with the Ford. We weren't surprised to see Richard pull away early, or at least attempt to pull away early. The Ford loves wide open spaces, long straights, etc., has good poke. But the Ferrari seems to be the overall package right now.
Yeah, just in general, the car feels really good. I think it's quite good on, well, it is good on fuel, and at the moment it feels quite good on tyres compared to other cars. Some of the other cars as well here in particular have been quite off the pace. Ferrari and Ford have just been super strong, so that kind of helps the narrative. I was actually surprised to see the Corvette running so strong. Did think he might be a little bit stronger in quali, but not have the race pace, but still quite good. The manufacturer split from last race is a bit bigger now, but still got different cars up there, which is nice to see.
Indeed it is. Thoughts immediately on what's next, because 2 from 2, dominant start of the season, man to beat. Obviously you'd love to add a pole position to the CV some point later in the season, but we're thinking long game here, and it's not going to be one purely on qualifying. Bonus points may play a part later in the piece, but let's just focus on race results for now. How do you feel about VIR this time next week, if you're able to be on the grid?
I have never felt amazing at VAR. I don't hate the circuit, just never quite had the outright pace there. I haven't driven it for quite a while though, so maybe that story's changed with my driving changes I made recently as well. So hopefully that's improved. And further on Adelaide as well, need to learn that and hope I can make that. Yeah, I do hope I can make next week. It'll be interesting if I do. Yeah, I probably won't really have too much pace if I do though, so it'll be unfortunate. Hopefully aim for top 10 about it.
You know what it's like when these race car drivers say what they're aiming for, ladies and gentlemen. We push them up a bracket because we reckon they're selling themselves a little bit short. So he'll say aiming for a top 10, but we'll probably talk to him as a top 5 finisher this time next week. Let me ask you this though, right? Because Adam had that calendar up on the screen there a moment ago. Adelaide, Hockenheim, Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, Indianapolis Road Course, Suzuka, Red Bull Ring Nut Panorama all follow on from next week at VIR. I guess there's 2 ways you can look at this, Harrison, with regards to what's ahead, right? If you do miss 1 or 2 of the next 2, at least they're not those bigger races where more points are on offer round 6 and round 10. That's the pro. But the big con, obviously, is that you leave yourself no wriggle room, no margin for error, with both drop rounds potentially burnt over the course of the next fortnight. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out for you and what that means going forward in terms of how you attack the rest of the campaign.
Yeah, I really do hope I can make it for those drop rounds, not to lose them so early in the season. And just to be able to carry those 2 drop rounds through the campaign would be huge. Having them to the end, I think that showed last year with a couple of people where it really paid off at the end to have them. With just general pace, not sure if I'll be able to get a lot out of it, of course, but we'll have to see.
Now, talk me through what else is going on, because obviously a lot of the sim racing community, GT3 specifically, is still recovering. They're a little bit lethargic and fatigued on the back of 24 hours around here over the course of the weekend. Did the stable line up and go racing there over the weekend? And if so, how'd you fare? And on the back of that, now that you've ticked off your Monday night commitments with us, what's on the agenda for the rest of your week before we reconvene for VIR?
We did go racing for WRM this weekend, and we ended up winning our split, which was split 6. So that was quite exciting. It was a really good race. I think I ended up doing 250 laps or something like that, so it equates like 9.5 hours. I'm not exactly sure on that, but around there. Our team was quite strong. I think we led like 400 and something laps out of the 610, so that was quite good. And for the rest of the week, really, I'm not too sure if I'll be able to do anything. I always hope I can try to make stuff. Last week I just couldn't make peak up, unfortunately. Had planned to do that. But with a few exams coming up, which is the reason I'll be missing, or potentially missing the races, I might not be able to make them.
Copy that, mate. Hey, terrific start of the season. Great momentum in your corner at the moment. The team's going gangbusters. You're going beautifully. It's a testament to the work you've put in over the course of the last 10 or 11 weeks, because as we said at the end of the race there, we saw you burst into here through the Pro-Am server with an instant promotion up into Pro, and the incremental gains have led to 2 wins from 2 starts to start the campaign. There are still 12 races to go, but you are the man to beat at the moment. Really applying the pressure to Richard Mitchum, who's of course trying to defend the title that he only won for the first time last term. And of course at the moment, right, let's remember, the Vermilion Esports stable have had 3 different drivers win the last 3 championships. You might also stand a chance of breaking that dominant trend that they've started to put together there as well. Either that, or they're going to pick up the phone and try and recruit you mid-season and then claim it as their own championship. I'm not sure. But, hey, it's a magnificent start. It's a great storyline. There's a lot for us to pick apart and follow for the rest of the campaign, mate. Congratulations to you. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
I mean, as always, it's a big thank you to Thorn. Does a lot for the team, a lot for the community and stuff, becoming a member with the GSRC now as well on the committee. And of course my parents, always watching my races, it's nice to have them, and just all the sponsors on the car as well.
Very nicely done. Actually, one more. You mentioned tyres and going for, I think you said 4 tyres. How bad was the tyre wear throughout the course of the hour? Because the track was pretty warm in the end. I mean, on the back of what was a rather cloudy and cool overcast qualifying session.
The tyre wear wasn't too bad. I took left sides in the end, left for the rides. It was really good having the race experience from the Spa-24 actually, because the second or like last quarter or third of the race was quite hot. So it was about these track temps, not conditions, but temps in general. And that just gave me the experience to know that it wasn't really worth going for all 4. I knew I'd be able to keep up the pace. Since yesterday I was able to do so as well during the 24, just taking 2 tyres, so it was a pretty easy decision in the end. Tyre wasn't too bad.
All right, mate, very nicely done. To the victor go the spoils. Enjoy the celebrations. We will hopefully, fingers crossed, see you next Monday night.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Harrison Denbrinker, a very dominant start of the season for him. A very happy competitor in this GT3 Pro Series with 2 wins from 2 starts, and a name to make note of and keep an eye on going forward. There's no doubt about that. We'll get to Thorn Wiggett very shortly. We'll get to Curtin Normanson very shortly, because we've got Pro-Am and Am results still to, Am and Social Club results still to come your way, ladies and gentlemen. We've already shown you the Pro-Am sheet. We've got Greg Heaney here to sing the praises of his team and what they've achieved across the server tonight. There are the results from Am. Yes, GT3 Am on your screen at the moment. Mark Foster from Alan McDonald. Then David Riddell, Todd Suter-Thorn-Weggett and Scott Wooden. So top 5 for Thorn. Mitchell Buckman, Scott Smith, Liam Amos and Neil De Bruin, the top 10. So I've been through 3 score sheets now and I haven't seen Kurt Nobinson's name yet, so I'll need to get some more clarification for him in just a moment as to where the hell he's ended up in all of this. This is the Social Club results sheet for you, ladies and gentlemen. I mentioned we've now got a yellow GT3 split. I'm very excited about that. Jordan Sears from Ben Goring, Ben Edward Rollo, Martin Pedersen, David Michael Saro, Colin Bennett, Dale Sharp, Tom Pritchard, Brian Bullock and Greg Colgan. The top 10 there in all of that. The GSRC GT3 Social Club. Very good stuff. Thank you, Adam Lavis, for all of that. I need to go and talk to Sam Blacklock before we go to the other 3, though. Sammy, well done. Great work. An excellent performance. We noted there with regards to the early part of that race and just how elbows out and attacking and aggressive it was. It's been nice to see that change in the way you guys approach your GT3 racing, because normally you sit there, you go through the motions, you ease into it. None of that tonight. In a field 37 deep, elbows out from the start. You had your work cut out for you. Fed Harrison a little bit of kitty litter, but he eventually trumped you anyway.
Yeah, look, not the, I guess the challenge I wanted to give there for Harrison. I think early laps we were just trying to jostle it out and sort of see who was the faster car to sort of sit behind Richard. And ultimately we came together. We got glued together as well, which is never fun. So we just sorted it out. The setup I put on the car tonight. I've been driving a Lamborghini, so I was not really used to this Ferrari at all. I've done something probably like 12 hours worth of driving in the other car, so this was a bit of a shock to the system. And ultimately the setup I put on the car was pretty average past about sort of lap 3 or 4 onwards. So chose to let Harrison go, and ultimately with the slowdown for Richard, and apparently he also put the wrong setup on the car. It was just basically a lonely sort of cruise to the finish. Tried everything I could to get the speed out of the car, but had absolutely no turn in the mid-speed corners, and then any of the high-speed stuff I just had snap oversteer. So pretty average shop dock for tonight, but might have to try a different shop for next round, or better yet, get Harry Lillis to cook me up something. But I'll probably just leave it and see what I can conjure up on the night.
Well, you've already got the prospect of Harrison Denbrigger not being on the grid. We don't know which manufacturer is going to best suit the VIR circuit. There's a lot of uncertainty going into next week. I guess the best plan of attack going forward in a bid to remain competitive and remain in contention for an elusive GT3 title for you. I mean, you've mastered Pro 2 trucks, you've mastered V8 Supercar Elite Split on our servers for many a term in the past, but GT3 would be a whole different feather in the cap, mate. We can't get too disappointed about a second place finishing result, though. I mean, early doors, big points, pushing forward, remaining in contention, they're all key at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. And obviously if I don't have anything to fight Harrison with, it's best just to get the points. And I think we did that. I think quality pace, probably need to find a little bit more there. But yeah, I think ultimately still a lot of work to do on this car, and obviously I'll try and learn as much as I can about it during the season. I'm not really used to setting up GT cars, so I pretty much have no idea what I'm doing. So yeah, we'll try and muck around with it and see what we can come up with for the remaining rounds.
Oh, look at Turtle throwing shade in your direction already. I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, that seems normal.
Oh dear, it had to happen eventually. Hey, it's interesting though, right? Because you've mentioned the other Harry, being Harry Lillis, being a two-time GT3 Pro champion in his own right in our in our stable, of course, the Platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. So he knows this whole thing very, very well. How much do you leverage on that, talking about the fact that you were essentially flying blind there a few moments ago? How much would you be willing to lean on and leverage his intel, his insight, because he's fairly switched on with regards to these things?
Yeah, look, I think probably just have a chat to him whenever he's next out of the cage, and maybe just try and learn a few bits and pieces, things I can try with the car. I don't know. I think he's got a lot more knowledge than I do, and the car that he set up for us for the 24 Hours of Spa this weekend was absolutely phenomenal. Probably one of the best GT cars I've ever driven. I've driven the Lambo maybe once or twice before, and I absolutely hated it. But for this Spa 24, that thing was just a dream to drive. So I definitely think you can help maybe help me find a couple tenths in race pace, but obviously then the rest is up to me as the driver to make the most of it.
Indeed. Interesting to note, Richard Mitchum, his first start of the season tonight, so he's already burned a drop round. Were you surprised at the way in which the Ferrari was able to overcome the Mustang across the course of the 60 minutes, because he didn't mind leading from the front early, and he had the good qualifying pace as well?
Yeah, ultimately, I think that came down to an incorrect setup choice for him. Yeah. But I definitely expected him to be sort of right in the fight with us. I thought it was going to basically be a three-car fuel-safe battle for the win. And even quite early on, there were times there where I was actually trying to let Harrison pass, just so I could save some fuel, and Harrison was lifting at the same time I was. So, there was nothing really going on apart from us just driving side by side in the braking zone. So, definitely, I definitely think Richard will be more of a threat if he can click the right buttons, load the right setups. He'll definitely be giving us a hard time, that's for sure.
Was that a case of you lead, no you sir, me sir, 3 bags full sir, you and Harry being there side by side?
Oh, exactly that. That's what it felt like in the car.
After you. No, you first. I love it. Talk about the gentlemanly etiquette on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. There's another shining example of it, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, very nice to see you in a GT3, by the way. We know this is going to be a bit of a learning curve for you, but really it's been nice over the last couple of years, and you know this all too well. And we've talked about it with regards to the Porsche Cup and the supercars and other things. Some of you guys are branching out beyond the supercar, either because it's becoming a bit tedious or monotonous, or it's a little bit, there's nothing, overly appealing, reeling you back in week after week anymore. It's a case of going out, trying something else, trying to reinvent yourself, expand your versatility within the iRacing universe, mate. How are you enjoying that aspect of it? Because obviously you're so familiar with the supercars, but it's good to change it up occasionally.
Obviously, I've only really done a sort of handful of things since I've been back on the sim the last sort of year and a half or so. And that's obviously the supercar is my main thing. I did a little bit of GTP driving actually, quite a while back, and it was actually decently competitive in that. Obviously, my teammates Sam Sutton and Harry Lillis are obviously very, very quick in those on the sort of world stage. So, I was able to be reasonably close with them, and that was sort of awesome. So, yeah, and then obviously aside from that, I had a bit of a late addition to the GT Pro Invitational late last year, and I think I raced 3 rounds, managed to get a podium on debut at this track, funnily enough. And then obviously had the win for the final round at Bathurst, which was just completely unexpected. So, if I can win a GT Pro race, I should be able to probably do a bit better job in these cars more often. But look, we'll see what happens. And yeah, obviously Tyson saying I'm heading to NASCAR. I haven't ruled that out yet, so yeah, might have to get my oval license up and maybe join the boys over in Oscar or something like that, or whatever other series is around. Yeah, that's been a lot of talking point, or a big talking point within the team. They've been obviously racing in a lot of stuff, so maybe I need to give it a go.
Brody with the scoop on a Monday night. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I like it. That being said, mate, some people have a lot more time at their disposal than others. So for you, how do you find that juggling act, trying to do what you want, but then also have enough time left over to, dabble and explore other options and maybe just have some fun with it?
Yeah, obviously, employment's probably the biggest downfall to any competitive sim racing career. So,
yep.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say competitive, but talk to Tom Wilkinson about that one. But yeah, look,
love it.
It's always good fun. It's probably one of the key things of why GSRC is so good is that we can just jump on pretty much any night of the week if we've got some time and go and race something. So that's always been, something I've enjoyed. Went and had a crack in the Formula Vs last week as well. That was just, a bit of a sort of last minute plan with the team. We were meant to be doing our practice for the Spa-24, and someone joined the server and someone else went, hey, I'm going to join. And I think quite a few of us ended up in there. So had a lot of fun doing that as well. So yeah, look, we'll see what else we can pop up in the next few weeks or so. I've got a big week of work ahead, so, and obviously V8 Pro coming up as well. So
Enduro,
probably, yes. So I'll be sharing the car with my favourite Ginger again, or one of my favourites. I don't know, they can fight over that. And yeah, hopefully have a better result than Phillip Island.
Very, very good. Can't let you go without asking you about VIR and what you think of the circuit in terms of your own personal preference of circuits and based on your previous performances there, and how the Ferrari might go there over 60 minutes next Monday night.
Yeah, look, as for the Ferrari, I'm not too sure. I guess it'll be, we'll find out on this time, or probably, early Monday night, once the server goes up, what the Ferrari's going to be like there. It's hard to get a read on it. I don't know if it's going to be a little bit slow in all the early part of the lap, but then a jet through the rest, or maybe even the other way around. We'll find out. But yeah, always love VIR. A very, I guess what I'd class as a high risk track where, there's a lot of corners where if you push it just that tiny bit too far, you're going a long way off into the grass. So looking forward to that challenge. Hopefully I don't have to experience any of that. But yeah, I'd say it should be a reasonably good track for racing. Not too many passing opportunities, but I suppose if you're up the front somewhere, you probably don't want that anyway. But yeah, we'll see how we go.
All right, mate, very nicely done. Very good to catch up with you throughout the course of the evening. Well done on the podium finish. Looking forward to seeing what you bring to the table for the rest of the campaign. And, of course, good luck to you and the rest of the Logitech Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport stable with what's coming up, because we know it is a very, very busy schedule. And, of course, on the back of the Spa-24, everyone can now turn their attention back to, as you say, some of you guys have got Porsche Pro Wednesday night, others V8 Pro with the Sandown 500 looming large, and then the 1,000 next month as well, plus everything else you're juggling on the side too. Who would you like to thank before I let you go?
Yeah, just a big thanks to the team sponsors, Logitech G, Revolution Race Gear, iLiveries, and of course Sam Blacklock Media. Obviously, big thanks to the teammates for the bark ups in the stream chat there. Yeah, maybe they should stop turning left and come join me one of these weeks if they have a round off or something. But I'm sure Mr. Yeaman wouldn't like that. But yeah, and just a big thanks to you guys, Zach and Adam, for putting on the broadcast.
I was going to say, we're looking forward to actually seeing Yeaman get out of work in time to actually come and have a steer with us in the open wheelers firstly, and then maybe GT3 as well. We know work's smashing him at the moment with a schedule that saw him, I think, leave 1:30 on Thursday morning, well after we wrapped up our Wednesday night motorsport broadcast. But yeah, you're right. Hopefully more of your boys on track rather than in the comments section in the weeks ahead. Thanks for your time as always, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Zach.
All right. Look, Mr. Heaney's muted at the moment. Mr. Weggett, no, he's not anymore. Mr. Weggett's here. We'll catch up with our committee personnel in just a few moments' time. Kurt Nommensen, welcome to you. You've been waiting there half an hour. You got here ahead of these two blokes, so I'm going to get in and have a chat with you first. Looking forward to catching up with Greg and also Thorne in a few moments' time, and we'll tidy up some stuff from yesterday as well. Some of you that weren't able to attend the annual general meeting and want to be aware of what's going on more broadly, what we can pass on to our broadcast audience at least, we'll let those boys do that. Kurt, good evening. Where the hell were you, please? Because when I ran through those results sheets there, I have not seen your name yet.
It was a bit of a rough one. I was top 3 in AM, and then Lambo did Lambo things at Blanchimont, and that was the end of that.
Well, actually, let's not discriminate. There are a few different manufacturers that did Lambo and Porsche things at Blanchimont tonight, and you will see at some point on this replay Stefan Lawrence illustrate exactly what goes wrong when a Mustang tries to do Lambo and Porsche things at Blanchimont. So this is part of the circuit here, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Highest speed through the corners and full commitment, full send, because everybody, there was no real fuel saving or any crap going on tonight. It was full send mode, mega commitment, and occasionally you had one or two people trip up. It's disappointing though when everything's going right for you and just that little small flinch or click of the moment, that blink and you miss it type stuff, trips you up and ends what was a pretty decent sort of run by the sounds of it, mate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have just been I was driving it like I was driving the Ferrari for the 24 hours, so I might have just got it in my head and taken it wrong. I don't know. I'll have to go back and have another look at it. I'm not sure, but well, it is what it is. And it's nice to know that I had the pace to be competitive and be up the front, so we'll just take that to VIR.
I was going to say, with regards to the 24, so you've obviously driven the Ferrari there, then the Lambo. How difficult is that for you to go from one to another? Same track, but obviously different cars. And I'm sure you're probably well versed in the way of being able to explain to our audience at home the differences between the two, and how you went about getting your head around, okay, this is the Ferrari and these are its strengths and weaknesses, compared to, okay, now I'm back in the Lambo, good luck to me. and you've got to adapt your driving style and everything else accordingly, mate.
Yeah, and I also did some stints in the McLaren to help some American friends out. So I did a lot of driving in some different cars, but the Ferrari
spread very thinly by the sounds of that, Kurt.
They were. But the McLaren and the Ferrari are very similar in the sense of how I could drive them. But just coming through Blanchimont is probably the best example. Is the Ferrari and the McLaren, you can sort of be a little bit more aggressive on turn in and sort of push it a little bit harder. But if you do that in the Lambo with just a bit too much steering angle, then it decides it wants to go round. So it's just sort of juggling how much steering angle you can actually put into the car. You know, when you're trying to push for lap time and chase down other people, and how that affects the car with the dirty air and everything. So there was a lot to work out, and I had to do a lot of laps this afternoon to try and work that out.
Talk me through how you bounce back from having it all go belly up late in the piece to turn it around and try and string a season of results together when we get to VIR next week. I mean, obviously, there's still 8 rounds to go. There's still a drop round at your disposal. There are a lot of good elements to this, but also obviously having a third or a potential top 5 podium finish slip out of your grasp, that stings as well.
Yeah, definitely stings, but it's just I'll have to do some officials and stuff on my days off, and trying to spend a lot of time learning how the Lambo is going to take the curbing and everything, because you can be very aggressive at VIR with a lot of the curbs. So it's, you know, learning how the car bounces off the curbs and how it responds if it does bounce wrong, and how I can stop it from making a bigger catastrophe.
And that's difficult, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Pro-Am race winner Andrew Neal has just slid into the house, ladies and gentlemen. We'll hear from him in a moment. But first we must go to Mr. Heaney and Mr. Weggett, but we'll finish with Kurt Normanson first. Any hope we had of getting out of here before 11 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, might have just slipped by the wayside. We've also got hopefully some championship points to update for you. Hopefully also some other bits and pieces that we can educate you with between now and when we depart. The interesting thing, Kurt, VIR next week. You mentioned being able to use and abuse the curbs. The key is it's such a delicate thing, right? It's such a diverse range of different components that you guys have to piece together each and every week, right? Because no 2 tracks play the same. Some tracks, the grass spits you out to dry. Others, you can get away with it. You know, you don't want to get too greedy with it, but if you kiss it, it's not going to kill you. Same with the ripple strips, right? Just having those, I mean, I can't imagine the amount of brain capacity you guys have to use on any given night, because you've got to know all the little tricks and traits to each and every racetrack. And you've already highlighted that, yes, with VIR, unlike some circuits, there are just some circuits where, you know, ripple strip is no go, it's out of bounds. But at least with VIR, you already know that yes, if you get up on the ripple strip, it's not gonna spit you out.
Yeah, it's a lot of you know, doing testing and you know, seeing how the car does react when you start pushing and chasing those few tenths of a second to see, okay, well, that's losing me time because the car's bouncing wrong. And yeah, it's just a lot of time, you know, feeling what the car does, feeling how the setup, depending on what setup you're on, as to how that handles the curbs, because they might be stiffer in the suspension, it might not be. So it's just a lot of testing and doing consistent laps, and just the more you drive, the more you sort of get a feel for the car and the track, and what you can and can't do at each one.
Now, I'm just going to jump in here, Kurt. Breaking news as well. I mentioned it earlier from Cricket Australia, but confirmation now that if you're a cricket fan and you're a Big Bash fan, set your alarms for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's when the schedule for this upcoming summer, BBL 16, drops on the cricket.com.au website. So a lot of interest in that already. All eyes on Cricket Australia's website first thing tomorrow morning with regards to BBL 16. Now, Kurt, what else is on the racing agenda this week, please?
Be back out there for Porsche Cup again. Obviously, work last week stopped me from being at the mountain, but I'll be back for Fuji this week, so that'll be the main thing, and then it'll be back here again on Monday to run it all again at VIR.
I reneged to ask as well, just to clarify, which GT3 server were you in?
I was in AM. I got bumped down with all the pace shenanigans that we had from week 1.
Well, I was going to say, at least it looked a little bit more, a little bit less congested, a little bit less full on in that split, with I think a field in the mid-20s as opposed to bursting at the seams in 60. A little bit more room to move and breathe this week, Kurt, at least.
Definitely. I was actually able to set a lap time in qualifying without having to worry about who's coming in and out of the pits and who's on and out and who isn't.
Excellent. Very good. So there's pros and cons to the whole thing across the board, and still the chance that you might get bumped back up into Pro-Am at some point this season if you can keep putting results on the table that would have you if... there's that incident for Stefan Lawrence again. Keep that there, Adam. I want to have another couple of looks at that because, holy moly, that was a wild ride and a half. And I'm sure everybody else at home wants to have another look at that as well. But with regards to what you were saying there, Kurt, yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because there's pros and cons to the whole thing. If you had the pace to end up third tonight, had it not been for an incident, every chance we might see you back in Pro-Am before the season is out.
Maybe, because the pace might be there, but I don't know if the lap time itself was sort of up there. I definitely felt quicker, but I've been struggling a little bit with pace with these hotter races. I can't get the same pace out of the car that I can when I'm doing my own sort of practice. They're not the exact same settings, so we'll have to see how we can try and get some more pace out of it.
Just to go back to you, Adam Lavis, I mean, we'll have another couple of looks at Stefan's in just a moment, but how often do you go back to the drawing board with that now? Is it week 3, 5 and 7?
No. So it's obviously okay. As new people, it was weekly, but for everyone else, once I've got 2 to 3 solid data point rounds worth of entries, there's one chance. I believe the committee's decided there's going to be one chance for people to be recalculated, and then once they've passed that threshold, they'll be locked in for the season.
Okay, so that is another little change that's come up in the recent past. Is it?
It's something that the committee want to trial this season, because apparently a couple of people get upset when they get moved a little bit later in the season, even to try and even the fields out. So they're trying a different way to see if it works, and then go from there.
Okay. I'll ask Greg Heaney about how he feels about some of the violin playing of the club a little bit later on. Clearly we've got some musical talent about us. Kurt, well done to you, mate. Congratulations. Solid hit out. How did the boys fare in the Spa-Francorchamps over the weekend, if you don't mind me asking, considering that we did touch on it, but we haven't elaborated on it?
It was a bit of a mixed bag here and there. I know one of the teams was in the crash out split that's all over YouTube and everything. They almost got wiped out in that, so...
Can you link that to me, please? Because I definitely want to see that.
Yes, I will go grab that for you and send it to you.
We love carnage. We've seen plenty of it already in the first 8 days of the new term on the platforms of the GSRC. I'm not sure we're going to top the level of carnage we saw in Formula V at any other round throughout the course of this season. I remain to be proven wrong, but I stand to be proven otherwise, but I don't think so. Adelaide will take a fair bit to top. But yes, it was inevitable because we saw the real world Spa-24 not be able to get through the first lap without carnage, so it was inevitable that the sim world would follow suit. Thank you, Kurt, for that. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
I just want to thank AITX, Shield Coat, Soot Speed, Kibby, Slady's Glossworks, and all the guys at RER, and all the help that I sort of get from them boys.
We look forward to your company on Thursday night, mate. Appreciate that. Go well. Enjoy the week.
So easy. Thanks, Zach.
Actually, now, here's one for you, ladies and gentlemen, right? So, over the weekend, the committee had its AGM, and on the back of serving a rather successful apprenticeship, you could say, in the VP role, the baton has been passed. Hello, El Presidente Heaney. How are you?
Good. Yourself?
I'm well. I got to watch your P's and Q's around Greg now because he's the big wig, he's the big boss, so I got to behave myself. Hey, listen, let's straighten up. Let's talk about the weekend that was. I want to start there because for the benefit of anybody that wasn't able to attend, like me, I was away on another work commitment yesterday. But talk us through how well received the AGM was. Any positive pointers that came out of that in regards to what our audience at home is going to see roll out on broadcast over the next short while across as far as our racing's concerned. Adam's already alluded to one of the main changes, which is to do with split changes for drivers partway through the campaign. But what else can we look forward to in season 26 and beyond over the course of the next 12 months?
Well, I mean, for the most part, everything's going to stay as is. The only major change is obviously what Adam has alluded to, as it was being the lock period or the variation period or movability period for the GT3 categories. Obviously, we now have 4 splits.
Yes.
I already have one item on the agenda that I'm going to be raising at our next meeting in relation to that, but we'll get to that later. The main reason behind having a couple of rounds to allow for drivers or existing drivers, I'll make sure I get it right, you give the existing drivers 2 to 3 rounds. I think we had it penciled in as 2 rounds.
Yep.
That was what was agreed on. And then beyond that, you are locked into the split you are then allocated into. So the reason being is because there was obviously drivers from higher splits that may have had an off week that put them within the bracket to drop down. So then they would get reallocated down, but then potentially have a better week or better weeks following that.
Yep.
And then not falling and that's prior to it's now week 7, nothing happens from here. So it's all within the first, say, week 3 to week 6 in that bracket there, where drivers may potentially go down or up or down, which like once or twice. And it would then mean that whatever championship, if they were up that high on the table, would no longer be on the table for them. So that way, the way we've got it now is, okay, cool. If you're an existing driver, you've got, it's 2 weeks. Once you're then allocated to a split, you're locked in that split. If you're a new incoming driver, obviously first round, you are then allocated to a split. And then I've got to double check it myself just to make sure. I think possibly then it would be, you've got 1 extra week. And if you are then performing better in that other split, well, then you would be shifted. If not, you stay where you're put.
Yep.
So that's the one major change that is visible.
I said it earlier in relation to Adam Lavis. I'm going to say it again in relation to you. I do not envy you blokes. You've got the toughest job in town, and that is trying to keep a whole cohort of sim racers happy.
That's right. I've got Joe Baldwin as my second, so I can always get him to. I can always send
absolutely.
him in.
I mean, as long as as long as you get 51% happy, it's a pass mark. So I reckon you'll do more than that. Just on Joe, obviously great to see him back in a upper committee role. I mean, obviously he was a general committee member last season. He's back. Former El Presidente, of course, somewhat of a going back to the future sort of moment. But from your standpoint, mate, I mean, you've been there for the last couple of years in the committee capacity, so you know how this rock and rolls. How much, I mean, obviously we know how busy you are with Whiskey Business Racing, we know how busy you were as the VP, but just how much extra time is going to be required with this step up to the P role?
At this point in time, I would hazard a guess and say probably not a lot more time. Obviously, the last couple of months, obviously with Josh being in the presidential seat, he hasn't been 100%. So there has been some occasions where I've had to step up and say, all right, cool, I'll run this and I'll look after that. So I've already somewhat taken the mantle of that, assisting where needed and so forth. So, look, I mean, now the joys of working from home, I'm home as soon as I turn the computer off, the work PC off. So if there's things that I need to attend to, it's easily enough to attend to them early enough and, get all that stuff squared away.
Very nicely done. But at the same time as well, I mean, we know that you've been a very close second to Josh for the last 12 months, so you knew exactly what you were signing up for and signed up anyway. But
yeah, I know, right? I don't know if it's a good thing or I need my head
No. But to be honest, you couldn't have hoped to be, picking up the freight and being handed the baton in a better position than what the club finds itself in at the moment, mate. I mean, a huge surge in membership just in the last 3 weeks since the end of the Term 2 alone bodes well for season 26 and beyond, and the first year of, well, we'll say the first year and hope that it's longer, of your presidentship.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a few little kinks and things we've got to iron out in the background, but they will be sorted in due course. But yeah, no, the club's in a fantastic position, and also a whole host of new general committee as well. I mean, Josh is still on in the committee. He's still on just as a general member. A couple of guys come back in as well with Jeff and Matt, but obviously new members that we've got on. We've obviously got Thorne, who's come in as offered to put his hand up for the secretary role, being that he's kind of in line with his everyday, day-to-day thrust, so that's all good. Paul Wood staying on as chief steward, Trav staying on as our race coordinator, or race control coordinator. Adam, being that he does such a good job with the broadcasting and stuff, we've roped him in and said, mate, you're staying in that chair, you're not going anywhere. And then we've got Joel and Hanson, Greg Brooks has jumped in, and we've also got Dale Sharp as well as general committee. So
a nice lineup of people to see the club through the next 12 months. Very, very good stuff. No, congratulations to all the guys that have ended their tenure, and well done to those that are continuing on, and good luck to those that have jumped on board and are going to go through the motions of keeping the wheels turning here for the next 12 months. We'll get Thornton's thoughts on that in just a few moments as well. Greg, let's talk on-track whiskey business for you. I mean, obviously, you've got a teammate here with a smile the size of a Cheshire cat at the moment, no doubt, because he's picked up a win in Pro-Am. We'll hear from him very shortly. But across the board, mate, disappointing for Luke Page to pick up a penalty there at one point in GT3 Pro, but nevertheless, it happens. That's racing. An interesting sort of night here. What have you made of the GT3 night more broadly across the 4 splits for Whiskey Business Racing? We might talk about the Formula Renault 3.5 if time permits as well.
Oh, the 3.5, I'll quickly touch on that. Obviously, Aiden had a small, kind of large incident towards the back end of race 1. Unfortunately, couldn't take to the grid on race 2 due to something that he had to go and attend to outside of the sim, so I'll give him a pass for that one. So, and then me scaring the living daylights out of John Baldwin coming through the last corner.
Yes.
I did apologise to him in the server before I jumped out, so because I corrected the car and I saw him over in the gravel pit with a few bits missing. I'm like, oh dear, I hope that wasn't because I was facing the wrong way. But no, in terms of GT3, I haven't checked in with the guys yet. I pretty much finished chatting with the boys in the Pro-Am split and jumped straight over here. Mm-hmm. So I'll need to check out the results a little bit after. But I know in the Pro-Am split, Dale and myself decided to try and put 2 Aston Martins side by side down the hill from La Source and up over Radion, and somehow we both came out the other side still in the right direction. There was a little bit of joking going on. It's like, are we doing this? I think we're doing this. We're actually doing this, and yeah, we did. No, look, it was and obviously congratulations to Andrew. I know I was paying attention to the GT3 chat whilst I was waiting, and everybody was comparing tyres and did people take tyres and stuff, and Andrew had to put his up twice because he forgot that he actually ripped the rear tyres on his McLaren to absolute pieces after the race. So yeah, if anybody wants a second-hand set of tyres, go and see Andrew Neal. But no, it was a good turnout from my guys in the Pro-Am split. Well done to all of those guys. I need to as I said, I need to double check in with the guys on the Pro split and also the other couple of splits as well. So,
from your standpoint, how are you enjoying the challenges of the new campaign I mean, obviously, we can start with Formula Renault 3.5, and let me just jump on what you were saying there, because we weren't sure what had gone on at Aidan Luthwaite's end. Our first thought might have been a bit of a rage quit because he didn't look happy with that exit at the end of race one, especially because it was the last lap and he was in contention for a relatively okay result. Makes life a little bit more difficult for him over the course of the next 8 weeks, knowing he's only got one drop round to fall back on, Greg.
Yeah, look, it was something that he had to attend to outside the sim. So yeah, it was all I got was I'm having a crash and it's a big one. I was like, okay, and then the race finished, and then I checked my Discord message because I heard it ping, and I saw the message and I saw him disconnect. So I was like, all right, yep, no worries, all good. You do what you have to do, and yeah, I'll catch you next week. So
absolutely, and we look forward to seeing you back on track next week as well. Are you feeling any more comfortable or confident with those Formula Renault 3.5 cars yet? I mean, we saw you fighting it at one point there tonight.
Oh, look, tonight was the track was a little bit less grippy than expected. I mean, Trav was doing laps in it yesterday afternoon and was letting me know that it's slipperier than you expect, and I will definitely attest to that. It was very slippery out there tonight, particularly obviously with the track specific setup. For me, I think it was just a little bit too much throttle coming out of the second last corner when I did loop it. Apart from that, it wasn't terrible, but I mean, I think I've only driven the car a few times in officials, and obviously now turning wheels in anger in the gents. And I mean, it's, from the most part, it's pretty good racing. I know I was going side by side with a couple of guys in there, and had a good little bit of fun, and managed to make it through in one piece this week.
Thoughts on next week, Monza? I'm just anticipating a slipstream feast, which will be good for us, but you guys will end up with your work cut out for you.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what the Monza setup is actually like. I mean, we were on the Barcelona set tonight, and on the historic layout, we were just about topped out at the end of the straight before the braking zone on the rev limiter. So at Monza, with all of obviously the very low downforce setup that it's probably going to have on it, coming into turn one, we're going to be at basically warp speed for that car, which is still just a touch under 300 kilometres an hour. And having to pick a braking marker is going to be rather interesting. So,
absolutely. Now, talk to me about GT3, because obviously manufacturer selection has been a big talking point this season. I think from memory you ran the Audi last term. What'd you go with this term, please?
I've grabbed the Aston, and apparently I've grabbed something with a parachute. So,
oh no.
Yeah, I think I think I've got Andrew's sandbags somehow in the boot.
Yeah, fair enough. We can talk to Mr. Neal about his own sandbags in a moment. No, obviously not. No, but actually, I'm really pleased to have you here, Neely, because we didn't see you last week, and we get to see you Wednesday and Thursday night. But we're looking forward to hearing your thoughts from a racing perspective in a moment. But Greg, it's interesting too, because you've got 8 rounds to go here. Where are the goalposts for you? I mean, obviously, all the splits loaded at the moment. More competitors. Increases the difficulty of the challenge at hand. What can you achieve with the Aston over the course of the next 8 weeks? And are you or are you not second-guessing your choice after 2 weeks of the campaign?
Oh, look, at this point, it's very hard to tell. I mean, the splits are very, very competitive. I'll be happy to make it through all 10 rounds with a straight car. We shall see what happens come Adelaide. We'll just add more laps to the pile. I think I'm over 800 after last week now. But I think I was at closer to 780 laps or something prior to us taking the V's there. So
yeah, righto.
At least that's what I can remember. But who knows?
Well, I was going to say there's some people that actually couldn't really add to the lap count when we got to the streets of Adelaide because poor old Brett Bradbury didn't make it through. Oh, geez, that was a hairy moment for Dane. The interesting thing in all of that, we saw that live actually, and we knew that was going to be trouble. Johnny Merritt picked up a 10-second penalty out of that, if memory serves. But it's interesting, right? Because we're talking about the Adelaide Street Circuit. Yeah, poor old Brett Bradbury, he failed to make it past turn 4 on lap 1 in any of the 3 races in the Vs. So he could only add the successful laps he completed through qualifying and practice to his tally the other night. And there'll be a few people questioning their choice to turn up in the first place, given how chaotic a night it was. More broadly, thoughts on VIR?
It should be all right. I think the Aston will be somewhat suited to the track. It's a little bit punchier out of some of the slower corners, but certainly not Porsche punchy out of corners. But we'll see how we go. Being that I'm not turning laps and at Spa this coming weekend, I'll most likely get in and actually do some practice for the track. Being we were on the track for the Spa 24-hour, but driving a Ferrari and then jumping tonight into the Aston Martin was certainly a different adjustment. So.
And I believe you guys had some reasonable success in the official Spa 24 over the weekend. Talk us through that before I let you go.
Yeah, so we were split 5. Qualifying was not the best, but albeit qualified 55th. I think the benefit of that was it actually gave us a pit stall on the GP straight as opposed to the enduro pits where they run down the hill. So it was a nice, easy in, stop, and off we go. And at one point, during the night period, overnight, Trav and Nathan were looking after the car. We'd somehow managed to claw our way up to 3rd position from 55th on the grid.
Wow.
Looking at potentially a top 5 finish. And then unfortunately we had a minor incident that cost us about a minute and a half worth of repair plus recovery time to get the car back to the lane. I'm not entirely sure if that was a tow or if it was driven back, but it cost about a minute and a half worth of repairs, which paid basically put any advantage we had to bed there, but still managed to get the car home in 10th position. So.
And how was the sleep throughout the course of all of that? I could only imagine as the head honcho, there was next to nil, next to little, next to none.
No, it was actually quite good because we had 7 drivers in the one car.
Oh, that's
so it was actually a nice even spread. So we only had I think 3 guys doing 4-hour stints, and then everybody else was doing 3. So I took the baton and said, right, I'm doing the first 2 and I'll do the last. So if I screw it up at the start, you can all blame me, or if I screw it up at the end, you can blame me. And yeah, just sorted it out through the middle for everybody else. But no, all in all, it was a good result. And I did also hear that obviously congratulations to Thorne's team for winning Split 5. And I also believe all the Orbit boys won Top Split in the same time slot. So well done to them as well.
I was going to say, impeccable work from our club, by the way. I don't know how we managed to do it, but to schedule the AGM partway through the official Spa 24 weekend, we've outdone ourselves this time. My goodness. Well done, sir. Good luck with everything at committee level as the ringleader in charge of the circus for the next 12 months. I know we'll be catching up and chatting regularly throughout that period, and I look forward to that immensely. And we'll see you on track on Wednesday night, I hope. Yeah,
I'll be there in the V's. Also going to go and turn some laps in a dirt car tomorrow with bells on, I think.
Well, very nice. Who would you like to thank?
Obviously, thanks to all the sponsors on the car, Project X, Disruptive Labs, C&M Tag and Testing, and Pantech as well. And obviously, thanks to everybody here at the GSRC, and thanks to you guys here in the booth.
And thanks to you as well, mate. A lot to rip and tear through there, and we've done it pretty well. Appreciate it. Go well.
No worries. Thank you.
Enjoy working from home again tomorrow. It's a beautiful thing. Ask me how I know. There he is, Greg Heaney. Thought Weggett's in the house, and Andrew Neal's here too, and then we're going to bag it and tag it, and we're done, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we'll have some championship points updates from Adam Lavis before the end of the night as well. We'll have another look at that Stefan Lawrence incident as well, because my goodness, that was a wild ride and a half. It was not doing the normal barrel rolling, it was going side to side, not up and over. Quite extraordinary crash, that one. Blanchemont picked up several victims tonight, but that was the one that stood out. Thorne, good evening to you. Welcome to the committee. Welcome aboard. And a top 10 finish in GT3 to put the icing on the cake of what's been a pretty big and long and enjoyable weekend.
Yeah, no, it's been really good. I say that I hate Spa, and it's actually treated the team and myself pretty good. So, I mean, maybe I should learn to love it. I don't know. Don't know what to say.
You can hate it all you like, but if you get the good results here, that's an added bonus. I mean, it then bodes well, I guess, for the circuits you actually do like. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because we have that mentality about us. I mean, if you don't like it, there's also that mindset. Oh, do I even bother with this bloody thing? But you did. You saw it through. Okay, I can't change the calendar. I've got to do it. I've got a championship to think about, and you've made the best out of a bad situation. And slowly but surely, you might grow to love the circuit. But I find it perplexing. Why the disdain for Spa?
Oh, it just sits around too often. It's one of those tracks that's popping up every season for everything, and I get sick of it very quickly. Also, everyone's mega around it, and I'm just a bit average, so...
It's interesting though, right? Because as you say, you've pulled out a good result, which bodes well. How much satisfaction do you take from that? How confidence building is that?
Oh, it was good. I actually felt quite good in the car today. The temps were hot. All my Spa-24 stints I made sure took place at night. So I got the easy stints in the Spa-24, and then I got to taste a bit of what it was like towards the end of the Spa-24, where temps were getting in the high 30s, early 40s at the start. They shredded the tyres. I'm lucky I took the lefts at the first stop, because otherwise I would have been dancing on ice.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we're talking about tyre wear becoming a factor, and as you say, lefts seem to be the way to go. But it's interesting, right? That track temp, such a vast increase in track temp from qualifying to the race, and it kept you guys on your toes. You had to prepare accordingly.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't bother changing the setup from what I was running on the weekend either, so it was a bit lethargic through quali. In the race, it was great, but yeah, it didn't have the peak speed. It had a little bit of extra wind, a bit of extra wing, so that it didn't have that top speed. But overall, it was what I was comfortable with, and the fastest car is the one that you're most comfortable in. So that was kind of my methodology for that. But yeah, overall, it was a good result. I even had got spun before we even got to the start-finish line. Lost about 5 seconds, and I still came back to P5, so I'll take that.
Absolutely you will, any day of the week. So was that cold tyres or just a brain fade on the driver's part?
No, so I had someone on my inside. I don't know if they had like a technical issue or anything. I was going around the last corner onto the front straight, and they were aiming at the wall and came straight across the inside to the outside line. So
no.
I got collected, spun around. Luckily, the damage was pretty minor, about 5 seconds, and then I then just started plugging away. I never had the speed, but I was, again, comfortable in the car, so everything was pretty consistent. There was no huge variation for me today.
So you mentioned your disdain for Spa with regards to the fact that it's too prominent, too regularly popping up on the calendar. Are there any circuits that you just genuinely hate, as in your overall performance on them, or from a driver's standpoint, are there any circuits that you genuinely do not look forward to in a sense of, I just can't wrap my head around it? Because you've got your head wrapped around Spa, all right?
Yeah, no, it's Spa's not a hard track to drive. It's one of those tracks that it's easy to get good at, hard to master, and especially because it's so loved by everyone. They run hundreds, thousands of laps of it, so I'm not one of those people. Tracks that I genuinely hate, I hate Magny Cours. I hate that one. It's a terrible track. I don't know why anybody goes there. And then I'm not a huge fan of Adelaide. And people say because it's a street circuit, it's not. I actually really like St. Pete, but I hate Adelaide. So, but outside of that, I genuinely like most tracks. Like there's always sections on a track, you know, that you just don't like. Like people that love Spa probably hate Pouhon. It's just one of those corners that's so tricky. But there's a corner on every track that nobody likes, even though they love the track. So, you know, I take every bit as it comes. The schedule's the schedule. I've got to suck it up and do it. And it's out of the way early, which is nice. And I've managed to get out the other side with a pretty good result, so I'll take it.
Right, which means you've got drop rounds to fall back on, so all bodes well for Thornweger. It's interesting, right? Because I'm looking at this thinking, we've got 8 rounds to go. We've got a long season ahead of us. You've already highlighted Adelaide. That's, of course, coming up week 4. We will see you guys in broadcast at some point, I believe, before we get to the first Enduro of the season at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But with regards to, I'm glad Greg Heaney had left the booth before you started swearing about Adelaide. He wouldn't be copping that if he was in here, given that he's done 800 bloody laps of the joint. Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Different horses for courses. That's why we love the motor racing universe so much, because it offers up a unique challenge everywhere you go, and no two tracks are the same, and no two drivers like the same list of circuits in the same order for the multitude of different reasons. Rest of the season, talk me through it. Apart from Adelaide, what else stands out as a potential issue for you? I mean, obviously we've got Bathurst in week 10. We know it's an enduro, so hopefully, you know, everyone approaches that with a degree of caution and longevity rather than the rip, tear, rush, bust, hustle and bustle that awaits in the 4 sprint rounds, which week 4, 5, 7 and 9. Anything apart from Adelaide on that calendar not to your liking?
Bathurst is a tricky one. I like the track. I'm just not particularly quick at it, and I haven't got the chance to run a lot of laps there, so I'm going to have to do that beforehand, as it is one of the enduros. And Hockenheim,
yes.
In the Ferrari, I haven't done a lot of laps. It was one of the first enduros that I ever ran on the iRacing service at that track. In the Porsche, it felt great. I've done it in the McLaren. It's a bit ordinary. It's just the slow speed stuff that I really struggle with at Hockenheim, that big hairpin. Yeah, I lose half a second easily all the time. I don't know how to wrap my head around it, but I'm going to have to do it pretty quick smart. But hopefully the Ferrari is just good and it makes up for my lack of skill around there.
Indeed. Let's hope that all goes well throughout the course of the remaining 8 weeks, mate. But let me sidestep a little bit here, right? Because it was mentioned earlier, you've decided to go all in with this circus, this baby that we call the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, because you've recently taken on some duties in race control. You've come on board onto the committee, so you can kiss goodbye to any free time that you might have previously had, because it's all going to be spent here by the sounds of it.
I always find free time, and when I have free time, I usually put it into something that is sim racing related anyway. So it's just just shifting around what I already do. It's a club that I really love, and I've only been here a short period of time, but everyone's been very welcoming. All the teams have been very chill, and it's just a good club to be a part of. And yeah, I want to get back, and I want to keep the wheels turning, as you say. And you've got to have volunteers that are willing to do that, and I'm one of those people at the moment. I've got free time, so.
you mentioned obviously the Spa-24 over the course of the weekend. How'd the team fare as a whole, mate?
Team as a whole was a bit ordinary for some of our other teams, my team included. Unfortunately, we had the classic Eau Rouge accident on lap 1 where we slowed up for the spins and the drama and the carnage, and somebody behind decided they didn't want to respect the yellows and gave us a nice little love tap, and from there we were 2 or 3 minutes damage. Had a couple of issues with off tracks and little spins here and there because of that damage that we were trying to carry for to the next stop. But it is what it is. That's motor racing. It sucks sometimes, and it's great all the others. So
it is indeed. Can you believe this, folks? 2 Mondays in, and we're deep into our 4th hour of broadcast on consecutive Monday nights. It's going to be a long season of Waste Options GT3 across the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. But what can I say? It's nice to have blokes in here that love a chat on a Monday night. We're starting the week on a big and good note. Thorn, from your standpoint, mate, what else is on? I mean, obviously, I'll get your immediate thoughts on VIR as well here, talking more broadly about the next step in, or the next stop on the GT3 tour being next Monday night, and the last of the 60-minute races for the moment. We won't go back to 60-minute mode until round 8 at Suzuka. But thoughts on VIR and the rest of the week from a racing standpoint, mate. I know you're going to pop up in the Formula V at Oran Park. Hopefully not go flying there. But what else is on the agenda for this week, please?
So got the RC work on M2s on Wednesday, and then the GT1s on Friday. The GT1 race was quite good. I enjoyed watching that as from an RC point of view, and it was relatively tame, which was nice. Everyone's been good to me in terms of the RC world, keeping incidents to a minimum. But yeah, then I'll pop in for the Vs. That'll probably be it for racing this week. Give myself a bit of a rest after being in the car all weekend. And then, yeah, VIR, I'm looking forward to that one, actually. I haven't done a lot of laps in a GT3, but I did plenty of laps in the production cars, so GR86s, Mazda, Miatas, and stuff like that. So, love the track. Haven't done it in a GT3. Did maybe 2 laps of practice the other day, and it felt pretty good. It was a lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to that one.
All right, very nicely done. Good work. Well done on the result. Well done on going all in on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club in an off-track and on-track capacity. Many hands make light work, so it's great to have an extra person willing to assist in the thankless job that is race control and race adjudication. Someone's got to do it to keep the process intact and keep everything fair and equal for all concerned. Again, trying to keep everybody happy, an impossible task, but again, if we can give these guys as close as an experience, or as close to a real world experience as possible with the budget that we've got and the fact that we're in the virtual world, then I'm all for it. And I'm glad that you guys are here to help facilitate that. Great to catch up as always, mate. I'm not here Wednesday night. I'm off on Porsche Pro Invitational assignment on Wednesday night. I actually, to be honest, it's Zandvoort, so I kind of wish I was here, but that's not the point. And then we're back on Thursday night for the V, so hopefully you bring the action to Oran Park, mate, and I'll see you then.
Sounds good. Thanks, Zach, and thanks for guys in the booth. It's awesome to have this up like 4 days a week at this point. It's pretty crazy.
It is indeed. We're suckers for punishment, mate.
Certainly are. I am a good example of that.
That we wouldn't be anywhere else. I mean, we'd only be finding other ways to amuse ourselves or kill the time. So it's good to have actually some sort of rhythm and routine and structure to it.
100%. Thanks, guys.
There he is. Thornberger, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. And thanks for hanging back so late on a Monday night. Same can be said for Andrew Neal, who we'll have someone else with him on Wednesday night this week, and then maybe the next 4 after that as well, but that's another story. There's a lot of Wednesdays where I'm just NA this term due to a mix of different commitments, work and otherwise, but nonetheless, he's also here on Thursday night for the Porsche Cup, so he too is taking on more freight and more load throughout the course of this term, and nearly, at least, the extra week off that work unfortunately got in the way of and basically handed you, has actually done you the world of good, because you've sent the Chev to the tip, you've jumped on board the McLaren according to my run sheet here, and you've gone straight to the top of the summit, mate. So you'd be very happy with that, no doubt.
And it was a good result. Yeah, happy with McLaren. I think the Corvette and I just did not agree with each other last season. So the McLaren's good, back in the old horse that I used to drive. So yeah.
Was that an easy, straightforward decision for you, mate, or did you have a look at maybe one or two of the other toys in the shed?
No, I'm not very organised, so I just jumped in that one this afternoon and had a quick spin around and went, okay, I'm going to set in that, and that was it. There I was, so hopefully I haven't made a mistake.
Well, so far, no. But nearly. There's 9 other cars at your disposal after the Chev and the McLaren. So hopefully at some point you'll get a chance to have a dabble in them, just to see if there is something out there that's going to entice you a little bit more than what the McLaren already does. But then again, going back to something familiar and something comfortable can sometimes be the secret to success.
Mate, the Porsche's good. I've done just about all of them. They're all buckets of crap when I'm driving them, that's for sure. And it's certainly not the car, it's the driver.
It's a spacer problem, the thing that fills the gap between the seat and the steering wheel. I like it. In saying that, what about, obviously hard to know where you're going to pop up and have a steer throughout the course of the season, because we don't know when work's going to require you to be on the road, away from the rig, etc. and so forth. But to be competitive when you're here, that's obviously a huge step in the right direction. From the Pro-Am split as well. So you essentially got your wish nearly.
I got my wish. I was just looking at the pace times, and I'm going to have to find some lead balloons for next week.
Oh, are you on the stroke of being promoted back up into Pro, are you?
Yep. Anyway, it's Spa, right? Spa is a track that I'm good at. I generally go alright. If it's a track that I'm not familiar with, I'm well and truly down in the Pro-Am.
It's worth sticking around this late in the piece, ladies and gentlemen, just for that. The on-air petitioning, campaigning and lobbying to be left alone in Pro-Am. I love it. Oh, how good. But it's interesting, right? Because obviously you look at that schedule, right? So Spa, good. Yeah, sure, no problem. What about the rest of them? For the benefit of everybody at home, I'm hoping Adam Lovis can bring the calendar back up. You've got VIR, where you've got the Streets of Adelaide, which your team is very, very familiar with. They almost know it back to front. Hockenheim, Circuit de la Sarthe, Indianapolis Road, Suzuka, Red Bull Ring, Mount Panorama. Which of those are you putting in the bin?
Mate, if I was looking at any of those, it would be Indy Road course. Stick that in the bin. That's probably about it, really. I mean, the other ones are all okay. I don't mind VIR, although I think it's a go-kart track rather than a GT3 track. Well, it feels like that in iRacing. I just had a look online.
It's a long track for a go-kart.
Plenty of cars on there now.
Oh, dear. How good.
It's one of those things. I think Adelaide, I fare pretty well there. I'll definitely crash at Hockenheim Ring if it rains.
Copy.
There's absolutely no doubt. Yeah, it'll be an interesting season. There's some pretty good courses in there.
So obviously he's looking for some success ballast to be applied to the McLaren between now and this time next week, or maybe just not jar the foot to the floor of the accelerator, and maybe wind it back a bit, wind the wick back a bit from a sandbag point of view, manually speaking, on this case Mr. Neil. Now, with regards to what's ahead, I mean, obviously you're here with me Wednesday and Thursday night, so there's not going to be too many other opportunities to go racing for you this term. But the McLaren and Spa, obviously a combination that works for you and agrees with you. We haven't really spoken too much about the race, mainly only elaborated on the result. But talk me through the whole box and dice of it, the 60 minutes. Were there any moments or slip-ups along the way, or was it a pretty faultless, clean run for you?
Yeah, it was a pretty faultless, clean run. There was a couple of little slip-ups where I'd get a bit sideways on a corner and lost the position, but just kept my head down, worked to the fuel rate that I thought I'd tell myself that I needed to do, and yeah, I was lucky to come home with a win.
And you'd have to be happy as well, mate. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, in a field of that size and magnitude, you would have seen last week, bursting, packed to the rafters, bursting at the seams, our Pro-Am field. But to be able to jump back in and be at the very pointy end of that and not have to deal with anywhere near as much traffic as anyone that qualified, 10th and back may well have done, you set yourself up nicely there. You made the assignment for yourself as easy as you possibly could.
Absolutely. I mean, tonight I actually thought about a strategy for once rather than just pedal to the metal and burn the tyres out. Do all the rest of it. I could actually sit back, relax, have a think about what I was doing. I've got my one win. I'll probably get promoted again and then have about 16 lasts. So we'll see how we go.
He's still pleading his case. I love it. He's still pleading his case. Oh, brilliant.
I won't stop.
Adam is listening, but he's ignoring at the same time. I love it.
I've tried to drive Adam before, but he strictly looks at the numbers, and the numbers say you got to go.
That's exactly right. Broadcaster privilege isn't a thing, I don't think, around here. I'm not sure it works. I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, you heard what Heaney said there earlier. He said Adam's not allowed to go anywhere. He's glued in. He's in that broadcaster coordinator role for as long as the club exists, by the sounds of it. And I remember talking to him at one point about if we get to year number 10, can I apply for long service leave? And he said, no, you're not going anywhere either. I was like, okay, fair enough. So, yes, we're all here. We're all in this together. But I mean that in a good way, not pandemic way. Very good.
Love it, right?
No, that's exactly right. That's the whole reason we're here. I mean, yes, we'd find other ways to fill the time, no doubt, but would we have as much fun? Probably not.
Probably people in officials.
Yeah. Mate, I only have to drive up the road to Goodna to swear at people. I was actually very lucky yesterday. I had a clean run, so no road rage frustration from yours truly. Now, if the time allows you to do so, mate, are you going to have a steer on a Tuesday night or a Friday night when you're not in the broadcast booth?
I think my missus would kill me.
Okay, fair enough. So let's talk about VIR. What's the plan of attack for the McLaren there?
To set my throttle at about 50%, I would say. Just drive around and see how I end up. Hopefully somewhere in the
Go 75%. Don't take the piss completely, right? Just go 75%. Make it at least look like you're trying rather than look like you're actually tanking.
Well, I'll try, but I get in the control and then I tank anyway, and that's when I am trying still. So I think it's a skill issue, not a purposeful issue. VIR, just gonna head down. Haven't really thought about it too much. I don't mind that track. It's a little bit of fun. Just stay out of trouble. See where I end up.
All right, we're very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. As it will be on Thursday night when you're here for the Porsches, mate, from Fuji. We're looking forward to that. You still miss the best ticket in town, which is Formula V, but Schmitty's got that covered, so we're looking forward to that. As I said, I won't see you Wednesday night, but I'll be here Thursday night and looking forward to that. And we appreciate you stepping up to the plate to pick up some more of that freight that we talk about with our skeletal unit here to broadcast Wednesday Night Motorsport this term as well. And when circumstances don't have me elsewhere in the world or in the sim racing universe, I look forward to being with you then as well. Thanks for stopping on by tonight, and thanks for staying back late in the piece. I'm sure if time allows you to do so, we'll have a chat when we get off air as well. But who would you like to thank before I let you go?
And I'll just say everyone Greg said earlier, because I have no idea what's on the side of the car.
He's too worried about getting promoted that he hasn't paid attention to the sponsors list, ladies. And I love it. I absolutely love
it. Adam Free's on the car, so I'm going to have a look. There was someone else. All the whiskey business guys, they're all awesome directors.
Oh dear. I'm going to have to get rid of the calendar off the screen there to be able to freeze that as well. Have a look at this. So, just thanking all those people in vicinity there, in view there. How good. David Kirby, yes, I am still talking. Very funny. I get paid to talk. Shut up. The clock change, yes, don't remind me. October is now less than, actually that changeover is less than 3 months away. So at what point will we be saying, welcome to the summer of 1914-15, and everybody else will be off into the summer of 26-27 and 112 years in the future. It'll be fantastic. So hello to all of our Queensland friends. Once more, getting stuck on a 1 hour delay through no fault of your own. Anyway, we'll have that whinge another day. Andrew, thank you. Appreciate that. Funny as always, entertaining as always. I'm looking forward to Thursday night already.
No, it should be good, Zach. Thank you very much for putting it on. Thanks, Adam, for doing the broadcast. It's always good to get up on YouTube and be able to give it a watch.
Before we go and do the housekeeping of the updated championship points, and Adam can advise me at this point in time what's done, what's ready to go and what's not. All are pretty much ready. Excellent. Can we have one more look at Stefan Lawrence's exit before we have a look at the championship points? If we've got that on file, I know it'll be there somewhere. But this is one of the more crazier exits you'll ever likely to see in Waste Options GT3 Pro, folks. This was coming into Blanchimont. The left-hander, mega commitment, and the car snaps left, goes... and it would have been better for him if it went left, but because it went right, have a look at that. One. There's one flip. There's two. There's three. There's four. And then it goes sideways. It's one of the crazier rides you've ever seen a GT3 car take at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. We've seen some big incidents there in the past, but that might just trump the lot of them as far as single vehicle incidents are concerned. And it just kept going and going. And eventually when it came to a rest...
About 10 rolls with a couple of twists.
Yeah. And 10 out of 10 from all the judges, except they had to deduct a point because it didn't land on its feet, it landed on its lid. And with that, so ended Stefan Lawrence's night. He could have had he been able to get that back on all fours, he probably could have limped it to the pit lane.
Okay. Apparently he was, at this point in time now, he was too busy laughing to push the reset button.
Exactly. He just sat there for 25 seconds. I was waiting for the safety car to be deployed because he was just sitting there stationary, motionless. We were wondering whether we had to deploy the paramedics or not. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, that's on the highlights reel forever and a day. That is not going anywhere. Right, let's run through some points. Let's go from social series back, shall we? The GSRC Social Club point standings now at the end of round 2 of the season. Now, this is, of course, the division, the split of GT3 competition that has been created as a result of the enormous attendance numbers this season. And again, over 120, I think it was, competitors in the servers tonight across the 4 splits. Edward Rollo currently leads the way here. Now, remember, those results last week are reflective of where they finished in, whether they were Pro-Am or Am, and they've all been jigged around, moved around, pieces of the puzzle positioned accordingly by Adam Lavis and that aforementioned threshold that Andrew Neal was talking about, that he's on the cusp of breaking out of one split into another. Edward Rollo leads the way, 172 points on the back of third place tonight and a 5th place last week. David Michael Sorrow is second. Colin Bennett is third. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. And look at that. There's actually a bloody Acura in the house. We haven't seen an Acura for a long while in GT3 on a regular basis, but Ryan Bullock's behind the wheel of that in 5th place. Ahead of him is Martin Pedersen. Behind him is, of course, our good mate Dale Sharp, also going from the McLaren. So something about you blokes in the McLaren at the moment. Martin Davis, Greg Colgan and Luke Wegener, the top 10. But count them. Chev, Porsche, McLaren, Acura, Ford, BMW, Ferrari, 7 different manufacturers in the top 10 already. We will bring you a couple of Social Club Series races from the GT3s as this season plays out. We will update our broadcast guide accordingly to alert you to that. GT3 AM. There it is, the amateur split. Thorn Wegan on top of that. There you go. He's left the house, but he'll be happy about that. He's on top tonight, 202. Leads David Ruddell 189, Todd Suter 186. Then Mitchell Buckman 177, Scott Smith 175, Alan McDonald 172, Joel Jansen's 161, 145 for Stephen Gallacher, Liam Amos 142, and Chris Ruddell 136. Now it's interesting, have a look at the swathe of McLarens in there, the same sort of numbers that you're seeing for Ferrari in GT3 Pro at the moment. You've got that entourage of McLarens in GT3 M. 5 of them in the top 10, as well as 2 Ferraris, a Ford, an Aston and a Merc at the moment. Pro-Am, Willie Blair on top, down to Dale Atkins in 11th because it's a 3-way tie for 8th. On 132 points, 68 points covers 1st and 10th. Not that maths is my strong point at all, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see Michael Angus back on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Good to see a good spread and mix of manufacturers in the top 10 here. Look at this. I mean, yes, Ferrari 1, Lambo, 2 Lambos, 2 Chevs and an Audi. How about that? Here we go. So Lambo, Ford, McLaren, BMW, Audi, Ferrari and Chev. 7 different manufacturers in the top 10 there as well. 200 for Willie Blair, Michael Angus, 176, Paul Wood, 169, 156 for Daniel Piper, Joel Farley, 148, Jordan Vianazola, 144, 140 for Travis Azzopardi. And then the next 3, Mr. Miller, actually 2 Mr. Millers, Chris and Jacob, and Nathan Michael, all on 132 points. Nice tight contest there in the early stages of GT3 Pro-Am, but Willie Blair leading the way in the Lambo right now. So there's a little bit of love for Lambo in the house, despite Kurt Nomenson's comments there earlier about it doing Lambo things and spitting him out onto the grass and the waiting concrete. Let's have a look at the Pro Split standings. Of course, we've brought you both Pro Split races so far. We're not bringing you Pro next week. More on that in a moment. But Harrison Dembrinka, 2 perfect rounds so far. The only thing he's missed out on has been pole position, essentially. He's dominated everything else. 211 points. Now, that's a bit of a dog's breakfast at the moment, Adam. Are we in a position to fix that up? 1, 2, 21, 13, 20... It's like I'm reading out the lotto numbers. Harrison Dembrinka, Ferrari 1, 2, 3. That's better. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. The rest of it did. 211 leads Sebi Blacklock, 194. So that's a 17-point swing in favour of Dembrinka at the moment on the back of first in the first 2 rounds. Blacklock with a pair of seconds at the moment. Alex Barrelon with a 4th and 6 sits third ahead of Luke Lund and Nick Wood. Luke Page is there in 6th. Luke King, Dane Snadden, Leo Dreyer and Bo Cubis, the top 10. Again, less spread of manufacturers there. 5 Ferraris, 3 McLarens, a Ford and a BMW. Always seems to be the way, even though we've got more manufacturer representation across the board, and we've got 8 of them on the grid tonight. Only 4 of them in the top 10 at the moment, compared to 7 in the other 2 splits that we just mentioned, Pro-Am and Am. So, yeah, less spread of manufacturer diversity at the moment, but one thing is clear. The Ferraris are the one to catch at the moment. The Fords are not too far away, and the McLarens are knocking on the door as well. And I mean that because, Richard Mitchum, not on that sheet at the moment because he's over the page down there in position number 21 because he obviously didn't start last week, so he's already burned a drop round. So, yes, when we get to week 7 and corrected order comes in, the 2 drop rounds are added to the matrix, etc., etc., things will be a little bit clearer. But yes, the Ford is there or thereabouts again, just as it was last term when Mitchum cleaned up and secured the title. The Ferraris, however, are back with vengeance on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. We've had an enormous amount of fun tonight. We hope you have as well. We do it with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, and Flash Graphics. I would go around the grounds, but believe it or not, there was nothing on tonight in terms of the sport that's dominated the television screens over the last couple of weeks. The big news out of today is that the BBL fixture drops tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Tour de France resumes tomorrow after tonight's rest day. New Zealand and the West Indies, one-day international cricket, second match of the 5-match series over there in the Caribbean tomorrow morning, 4:30 a.m. You'll see it on Disney+. The Indian women got the better of the English women in the Test match at Lord's as well. That finished this morning, their time, this evening, our time. India 285 and 341 for 7 declared. Bowled England out twice, 170 and 186, winning to the tune of 270 runs. That's the only live sport that was on during our broadcast tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Wimbledon has wrapped up. Well done to Yannick Sinner. The NASCAR, that went until nearly 2 a.m. their time this morning, and they still did a post-race show after that, despite being well over time in the broadcast window. That was mega commitment from all concerned there, and great racing as well. I won't spoil it because some of you would have been at work whilst that was wrapping up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Again, the joys of working from home, I was able to watch that, and some promising signs there from one SVG with regards to what he can bring to the table when we go oval racing going forward. So all eyes on the Coke 0400 at Daytona, and obviously the next one at Talladega, the 2 super speedways to come. And all eyes on what SVG might be able to do there. And of course, FIFA World Cup, Wednesday morning, first semi-final. That happens before we're next on air. That is Spain and France. Thursday morning, England, Argentina. That's on air before I'm back with you on Thursday night. Good luck to our competitors from the club standpoint that are competing in the Porsche Pro Invitational round from Zandvoort on Wednesday night. Of course, it'll be running concurrently with us, so you'll need 2 screens. You'll need your sports bar set up on Wednesday night, ladies and gentlemen. Not for the Origin this week, but for the Porsche Pro Invitational and GSRC Wednesday Night Motorsport. Us on one screen, our good friends from the Australian Sim Racing Group on the other. And we look forward to having your company then and there. These guys are going to start at 7:25. And the Porsche's going to kick in at 7:45. Merch.tgsrci.com is where you go if you want to get your hands on some GSRC merch and paraphernalia. And if you want to get involved in this crazy thing we do here, and we have been doing for the last 26 terms and 6.5 years, race.tgsrci.com is where you go for all the relevant information, the who, what, when, where, why, and how of the club. And you can find yourself out there in the thick of the action, maybe impersonating Stefan Lawrence's cartwheel efforts tonight. Plenty to be excited about as we look ahead for you on the platforms of the GSRC across Facebook and YouTube. Here's what's ahead as far as the rest of week 2 is concerned in term 3. Committee's choice, the 410 sprint cars from Hussett Speedway. Heats and feature racing there tomorrow night. The server opens at 7 p.m, practice qualifying, and then of course the racing commences after that. Wednesday night, Andrew Neil with to be confirmed, because obviously I can't be in 2 places at once. The cloning system hasn't been perfected, and that's a very good thing for the sake of society. The BMW M Sport Cup first up, the first of the sprint rounds for the BMWs. Merch.tgsrci, the naming rights sponsor of that. That's from the Okayama International Circuit. Sprint racing, that'll be good fun too. 16 and 27 minutes the race lengths there. You'll see it live and free on Wednesday night from 7:25 Eastern Standard Time. We then take you to the Watkins Glen International Raceway once more. And of course, the second round of the Trophy AI Supercar Series. This is race 4 of 17 of the campaign. And it is on the short shoot circuit. So the NASCAR Cup layout at Watkins Glen. We've given the boot the flick, and we're going short track racing with the supercars. A lot of slipstreaming and overtaking opportunities there. That'll be well worth the price of admission Wednesday night, 8:45. Thursday night, the doubleheader and the baton change doubleheader as well. Matt Schmidtke with me for Formula V with thanks to Disruptive Labs from Oran Park Raceway in Sydney. 3 races there, 7:30 Eastern. We're with you a couple of minutes prior to that. And then the baton change Schmidtke out, Neil in, Fuji International Speedway in Japan, the second round of the GSRC Porsche Cup. Are we still an all-in server there, Adam?
Yeah, for now.
For now, yep. So, in other words, get in and get in early if you want to secure your spot on that grid, ladies and gentlemen, because we packed the house at Mount Panorama last week. We'll wait and see if we can do the same at Fuji. I'm not sure with regards to track density. I'm not sure what it is at Spa. I know it's 62 at Mount Panorama. I'm not sure what it is at Fuji. I'm sure we'll find out one way or another on Thursday night, and we'll find out together. 40 minutes the journey there, race 2 of 16 in that campaign, and it is the first of the 40-minute races of the campaign. It's 8:45 Eastern. Friday night, the big events just keep on coming. We're off to the home of American country music for our coverage of the second round of the GSRC Disruptive Labs Ride-to-Indy Series. That is coming to you from the Nashville Superspeedway. 130 laps the journey there. 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. Now, Joe and I will be with you from about 8:30. We'll be with you to spin the wheel, bring the results from the GT1 race, and obviously set the scene for IndyCar. At this stage, as Joe alluded to on Friday night, that was a one-off, being able to bring you the GSRC GT1 Civil War race due to his work commitments and various other things. So enjoy them opportunities when they pop up, and we will certainly endeavour to bring you other races along the way should we have the capacity to do so. But for the time being, it'll be results only from that second round of the GT1 Civil War, a sprint round from Brands Hatch. So 2 races, 2 bites of the cherry, 7:30 Eastern, and that is non-broadcast at this stage. Adam, I want to come back to that actually with you in a moment, because I didn't. So much action unfolded tonight. I didn't even get a chance to ask you about Brands Hatch, Sebring and St. Pete. Saturday night, Mountain Men, as per usual. We spin the wheel Friday night to determine the car of choice. 32 laps the journey, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Saturday night. Good luck to all and sundry there. And then, before you know it, we'll be back here talking week 3 action on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Off to Monza in Italy. 30 minutes the journey for the latest round of the Waste Options Wings and Slicks Formula Renault 3.5. Then we're on to the Virginia International Raceway and back to the United States, the latest round of... So 2 rounds in 3 weeks in America. The latest round of the Waste Options GT3 series. But make a note of that, slight change to our original plans because we've now got 4 splits to cover, and we've got to share the love accordingly. Next week, instead of bringing you the Pro split, we'll bring you the AM split, and that'll be from 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. So 7:25 on air for Monza, then on to VIR. Brilliant stuff. Hey, Adam, to finish us off from a driver's standpoint, firstly, what do you make of the GT1 Civil War? Very, very difficult sort of race to commentate because Andrew Dyson was just in a different postcode, and once all the incidents had cleared, of which you were lucky to get away with one, quite frankly, on the opening lap, there was only 1 or 2 real positional battles late in the piece, so everybody kind of found their place and just ran with it. And then IndyCar, I don't recall ever seeing an IndyCar race on a road course / street circuit with as much attrition and carnage as what we saw the other night.
I think, I'm not sure with the GT1s, it's a slightly tricky car to drive. It's got that NASCAR sort of rear end on the downshifts, and when you're braking, where it's very easy to compression lock the rears, as you saw with a lot of people just into the really slow corners. As they get down to that second and first gear zone, it's just really easy to get the rear to under rotate and just loop it around. So there's a bit of a trick around avoiding that happening. So the boys will learn to work that out and to get on the board. But it's one of those cars, like it's just from in the car, it's one of those one of the fun cars on service because it just sounds like a proper race car when you're driving it. It feels like it gives you a good feedback, a good feel. So it's just fun to drive. Hopefully we'll see some more closer racing with different tracks and get some people a bit more battles, but we'll see how that goes, especially because we do have sprint races as well, so that will probably spice things up a little bit. But yeah, with the Indy cars though, yeah, I think that's just the nature of St. Pete. It is a ruthless track. There's nowhere to go. There's a couple of spots like that turn 10 tire wall. As soon as you make any mistake, it's saying hello. And then I'm surprised we haven't seen. You got the pit exit, which is also a problem. but I'm surprised we haven't seen any incidents on that chute between turns 3 and 4, because like right where you exit 3,
Yes.
there's a little jut in the wall that sticks out for no reason. So if you're not paying attention, you can probably clip that on the way past and just wipe the left-hand side of your car off. But yeah, it's also a very bumpy track, and I'm not sure if it was just a me thing with my new wheel setup, or whether it's other people may have a similar problem. But I had a weird vibration in my my force feedback. It would come and go. Like you usually start if you in that second sector was where it would start in the lower, low percentage throttle sections, and then sometimes it would go away for the rest of the lap, and sometimes it wouldn't. And yeah, basically by the end of the race, I felt like I was driving Aston Martin Melbourne V-Spec Formula 1 car. So it was I'm not sure there. If anyone else had that, it would have been terrible. But yeah, it is a very fun car, and also the way that series is set up with the safety cars and the strategy and the tyres. It's a very much you got to be on the ball. You got to be thinking ahead for that race, because it's very easy to muck up the strategy if you're not thinking about all your P's and Q's as you're doing your race. So you got to make sure not only do you have to have the capacity to race and fast and hard, you got to have that capacity to keep yourself in the race strategy-wise.
Credit where it's due to Stefan Lawrence. He's already embracing that incident on social media and dead set taking the piss. Max Packets is also partly responsible for this. There's a poster that has gone up. Step Van Lawson, Pro Sim Racer. A crash in real life doesn't have a reset button. Help Step Van get back on track. They've got a fake QR code, GoFundMe, all this sort of stuff, and then a replay of the incident, screen recorded straight out of the broadcast on his socials as we speak. Head to Instagram page StepVan052, STEPVAN052, have another look at that and the comedic genius of those two idiots taking the piss right now. Very nicely done. Well done, boys. Hope you enjoyed that. Kurt Dobinson stuck around. Andrew Nell's seen himself out. We hope you enjoyed Monday Night Motorsport across the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club on Facebook and YouTube. Good luck to you on Friday night in the IndyCars, Adam. We know that you fly under the radar on the oval, so we'll be looking for you to be towards the pointy end late in the piece there. We're looking forward to that, and we'll see you on track obviously on Wednesday and Thursday night before that as well. Hopefully a little bit of luck in the V's coming your way. On behalf of Adam and all the crew here, enjoy a rare sports free night, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often I've been able to say that this term. I'm going to go and watch Have You Been Paying Attention, which I've deserted for the last couple of weeks, because it's been hard to take my eyes off Wimbledon or the World Cup. World Cup back in business Wednesday morning. Tour de France back in business tomorrow night. We're back in business on Wednesday night. Hope you'll join us for that and more as week 2 of term 3 continues on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, live, exclusive and free. Well done to the race winners tonight across the board. 4 different splits, 4 different winners. Well done to Jordan Sears in the GSRC GT3 Socials Club Series. Of course, well done to Mark Foster getting the job done in AM. In Prime, it was Andrew Neal. And, of course, in Pro, it was Harrison Dembrinker. 2 from 2 to start the campaign. 2 races down, 12 to come. Sprint racing kicks in a couple of weeks. The 2 Enduros are week 6 and 10. We hope you'll join us for all that and more. On behalf of Adam Lavis and all the crew here, I'm Zach Caban. Enjoy the 23 minutes left of your Monday evening, everybody, and have a great week. I will see you on Thursday. The rest of the crew see you Wednesday. Until then, it's bye for now.